A very good morning to you from Holjes in Sweden. We're in Värmland. It was a beautiful day on Thursday, sunny and decent temperatures, 20 degrees. It was almost approaching summer. As you can see, we've gone firmly back into spring, winterish mode. It's pouring with rain here. It certainly has been overnight. The track's wet and we're expecting some brilliant action today. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. Hal, it was good fun on Thursday. I think back to a normal format, 2 heats a day over the course of this weekend for round 4 of RallyX Nordic and some tricky conditions now. I'm expecting it to be pretty cool again. Yeah,
it was pretty intense on Thursday, wasn't it? Having everything crammed into one day, like a proper national rallycross event. Now it's more of a traditional longer format and, it gives everyone much more time to think about stuff and perfect what they're doing.
Certainly does. Now, one guy who's got a bit too much time, unfortunately, to think about things is Lars Anderson. So we had a big crash on Thursday. This is it here. So you can see Fraser McConnell on the inside, and Lars Anderson came in. Fraser was 110% up the inside. That contact broke Lars's steering, and here you go. Big hit. So a lot of damage to the car. Lars, though, is okay, and we can hear from him now.
Hello, guys. Lars Anderson here. I just want to check in and say hello and tell you that I'm okay. Luckily, I can still watch rallycross from my sofa back home, live on the TV. Good luck to all of the drivers in Holjes this weekend, and stay safe.
Lars, wishing you all the best, mate. Sorry to see what happened. How good to see he's okay at home, but shaken. That was a big crash.
It was massive, wasn't it? You could tell the size of the impact by the front corner coming off at the moment he hit the bank. Great to see him back home. Obviously, the car's not in great shape, but he's doing okay and is going to watch the action with us.
Lars, good to have you with us. Let us know on social media where you guys are watching from. I say all the RallyX Nordic channels. You can find myself and Hal Ridge as well. We've got a special guest in the studio, in a rallycross legend. Jussi Pienamäki is going to come and join us for a bit of commentary action as we go through the early stages of round 4. We're going to start with Cross Car Junior. Now, if you didn't join us on Thursday, I understand some of you are at work on Thursday. That's terrible. You should have not been at work. You should have been watching RallyX Nordic, but it's fine. You can keep up. Well, in fact, you can catch up with the action on YouTube if you want to, but you certainly keep up with the action today by staying with us. We'll talk you through the various classes as they come through. This is Cross Car Junior. First one is Isak Attenmar, Lauri Hallinen, Jonathan Julalami, Pontus Oskarsson, and Joachim Lundolander. We are actually missing one of our drivers. I saw there are only 4 cars on the grid. Junior cross car, basically, drivers can drive from age 11. And I think we've got an 11. I think it's Lauri Hallinen, isn't it, who's 11, who was in the studio on Thursday with about a kilo of licorice, some of which Andreas Backerud immediately ate. Actually, Jussi, we can probably ask you about this. You Finnish people, you quite enjoy a bit of licorice, don't you?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
What's this all about? I mean, at Kuvula, of course, where we had a World Championship event last year, there's a huge licorice scene.
Yeah, this company which is on board with Lauri as well. They come from Kouvola, and it's a big thing there, but I don't know where it all started, but it is a big thing in Finland for sure.
Big things in Finland, licorice among other things. And so is vodka. My producer is telling me in my head now that's a terrible thing to say. We're painting the entire country with the same brush here. I'll tell you what else is big in Finland: motorsport. Obviously, you're here with the GRX squad running that team with Marcus Gronholm. You've got Niklas Gronholm and Christian Sabo here this weekend. The conditions are a little bit different than they were on Thursday.
Yeah, they are very different, but that's actually really good because the reason we are here is just to prepare for the coming main season and the various conditions. It's better for us, and we can hopefully learn more and get more better feeling for the drivers as well.
I think we can see the juniors here taking some really interesting lines, Hal, around the velodrome, and that's kind of typical of these conditions, isn't it? But I'm really impressed to see them hunting for the grip.
Yeah, a lot of them do karting as well, don't they? And there's often an alternative line in karting where you're not on the ideal racing line to find the traction. And because these guys are so young, they're maybe not stuck in the groove of knowing what the traditional line is. So you see all sorts of different variation in the junior cars. But the conditions are looking like they're going to be quite consistent today. It's not raining right at the moment, but it's rained heavily overnight. You'll see it was dry on Thursday, and I guess you want it to be consistently wet today, so the conditions aren't changing every time, and you can see what's happening with the setup and the changes you make.
Yeah, but even if it's not raining all the time, and even if it appears that the condition is the same in rallycross, the track is never the same twice. So you know, it gets more muddy, the gravel transfers more and more to the tarmac, and that makes it even more slippery. So it's hard to really to compare between the two heats or qualifyings or so, but that's how the game is always, and that's what we need to learn and study.
Even with testing with rallycross, you look at a set of tyres and the fact that most people only use them for 2 runs for something which is really indicative of ultimate pace. And then you're going out and the track changes anyway. I mean, arguably, I think it's one of the hardest disciplines to test for because it's a 4-lap run. You know, you send an F3 car out and do a 20-lap run on a set of medium tyres. There's a lot of data there, but it's 4 laps and then the tyres are starting to overheat. It's tough for you guys.
Yeah, and ultimately, I guess it's also it's always up to the driver feeling in the end. Of course, we try to learn and gather as much data as possible, but the driver feeling is the key, and that we need to search.
And when we spoke to Niklas the other day, he said that him and Christian Sabo's in the car this weekend have quite similar setups, but that him and Timmer are pretty much night and day in terms of settings. The cars are just not the same, he says. Him and Timmer run quite different settings.
Yeah, that's correct. They are a bit more similar on setup and driving technique-wise as a bit closer to each other. So hopefully they can help each other well.
Lunderlander has taken the first race. That's Joachim Lunderlander. 4th in the semi in Neeson, and then 5th in the semi Neeson 2. Trying to see where Joachim was this time. 10th, P10. Made it through to the semi-final. That was on Thursday, of course, for round 3 of RallyX Nordic. You join us for round 4, the first kind of traditional rallycross weekend we've had since we were here for the Magic Weekend with RallyX Nordic last year. 4:03.
30 seconds slower than the Q1 fastest time on Thursday. It just shows quite how slippery the track is. And like Jussi said, it's not just the loose sections, but it's the tarmac too, especially when, you know, the loose here is full of dust decks as well, and that's very, very slippery when it gets wet and dragged onto the tarmac sections.
Yeah, making that whole place just that little bit trickier. Alex Gustafsson on the inside of this one. Alex was the winner on Thursday. We've then got Rasmus Persson, Lucas Anderson, double winner. Oliver Lidman and Eric Nilsson on the outside. So I would argue you need to watch, to be fair, Persson's good. They're all quick, but the championship front runners are P1 and P3 on the grid. A lot of wheel spin in slot number 3, heading backwards. Persson seems to have got the best traction off the line, moving out slightly, trying to give her best line into turn 1, and in fact loses out there to Nilsson. Nilsson's come around for the outside line. Straight into the Joker lap is...
Gustafsson.
Yeah, Gustafsson's gone in. Good move, I think, having lost out at the start. Yeah,
I spoke to him briefly after first practice. Big hook of the curb on the right-hander in the Joker lap there. He was really happy with the conditions, actually. He said the cross car's really suiting him and these wet conditions. The 2 car-controlled cars go side by side as we head up into the velodrome. Look at the rotation. It's so hard to find the grip levels and work out how and you see, is it Persson around the outside? You know, there is a lot of grip on the outside as well. Yeah, it's an exploratory exercise here, isn't it? Because it's been maybe a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours since they went out in warm-up this morning.
Yeah, because Swedish Rallycross is here this weekend as well, so there are gaps between the sessions, but in those gaps, cars are still out on track. Both those front 2 taking, our leader taking the defensive line and getting followed in, but look how much been closed down from P3 over the line now. A lot of revs. It's Nilsson, Persson, Lucas, Anderson in P3. Lucas, as we say, was P3 on Thursday. Heads into the Joker lap. Right, so Lucas feels he's got better pace than the lead 2. That's not a bad move, and this may well be to cover off Gustafsson, who's coming over the jumper now. Shuts the door. They're side by side. Late on the brakes in those slippery conditions. Gustafsson was brave there. Anderson did well to try and close it. Now he's almost stalled the car up. Wrong gear as he comes over the crest.
That was actually much closer than it looked like it was going to be as they're going side by side into the velodrome again. Look how slippery it is on the inside, but you can see all the mud on the inside of the circuit, but he's run wide. And it's
better line on the inside.
Gustafsson.
Yeah, Alex Gustafsson's managed to get past.
It's Lidman in the 128 who's gone up the inside.
Mud making things very interesting for us. Still the 2 out front race, and I would argue is still losing a bit of time. Look at that, backing into the last corner. So slippery. And a mistake on the brakes. I think we're going to see a lot more mistakes today.
We are, yeah. That's the nature of the conditions. You see it in any sort of motorsport. That's why people love watching Formula One in the wet, don't they? Because it just brings another variable to it. And it's these conditions where, you know, someone like, we've seen so many teams come into, especially into the top level of rallycross in America and in World Championship, where they've come in and thought, oh, 4-lap races, bit of gravel and tarmac, it's actually quite easy, not many corners. But the people who have so much experience, Jussi, Kenneth Hansen, Tommy Kristofferson, there's so much they have, the knowledge they have is actually so valuable, and it's not simple at all.
Nilsson and Persson, who I thought fighting between each other might have lost time, actually had a significant margin over Gustafsson. You can see the two different lines from Nilsson and Persson again up in Velodrome. One went high, one went low. There is Gustafsson coming through. Oh, runs wide. Persson on the dirt. I'll tell you what, I think there's probably more grip on the dirt on the outside of the jump than there is on the tarmac.
And you can see how many people have been doing that in the Swedish Championship as well, because it's now like a full loose section line there on where the mud's coming up through the grass or out on the exit of the jump into the final lap. Nilsson's got a more comfortable margin than he had earlier on.
Persson sideways in the background. Interesting chat earlier on with Katie Munnings, who's on her first weekend of crosscar here, the Extreme E driver, teammate to Timmy Hansen with Andretti United in that series. Come here for some race experience, and she's certainly getting an experience in the weather conditions today. Went out for 2 laps. That's all it is, of course, of morning warm-up, because these guys had a full free practice back on Wednesday, but in dry conditions, not many laps to get your eye in. And yeah, pretty tough conditions to be learning crosscar. Down the hill, Nilsson doing a lovely job of staying in front of Persson. Persson that little bit more sideways, I felt, than Nilsson's been to. Yeah, and see in the background there, runs wide and uses all the dirt again. Not scared, are they? So these drivers are all sort of aged 11. And spins in the last corner. Persson a little bit too enthusiastic. Gustafsson going to have to take avoiding action. Oh, again, spins again on the throttle. Over the finish line, right at the end of the race, has gone from P2 to P5. That's an absolute disaster. Half spin on the way in, and then when tried to recover, got back. And front left corner's locked up, look. Front left wheel is locked up, so something amiss with the suspension, and that may well be what caused the half spin on the way in.
And meanwhile, his teammate, Erik Nilsson's gone 2 seconds quicker than Luna Lander, who won the previous race. So currently the fastest time, which is interesting given how much the track looks like it's cutting up, especially in the loose sections.
4:01.514 is our target at the minute. Look back at some of the slow motion from this. The number of inputs. A couple of big holes developing out on the circuit where things are cutting up just a little bit. We'd expect that in wet conditions. The track will get regraded. As I say, don't forget, we've had hundreds of cars. So the back of the start of this session, whether you guys have been on the stream or the TV coverage with SM, the Swedish Rallycross Championship, or not, they literally finished their last class. And these guys have gone straight out, so the track in very different conditions than they might expect. Maiju Niemi, Josefin Holmqvist, Isaac Nordbeck, Mikael Uitto, and Thomas Martins in this one. Good start by Nordbeck in the middle of the grid. Isaac Nordbeck with a very, very clear lead. That's exactly what you want. Going to try and get the tar turned in from the middle of the grid too. Nicely done. From the outside, it's Thomas Martins in the blue car trying to make a bit of ground. Decides to go standard lap, and look at them all. Trying to feel the grip. Oh, runs a little bit wide, going to get past on the jump. Tidy move from Thomas Martins. Really nicely done. Now, Hal, oh, contact in the background. Half spin after that contact. That's Josefin Holmqvist. Oh, no way! Straight over the top. Maiju Niemi. 2 cars on top of each other. That's surely going to be red flagged. I'm not even sure how they're going to get out of that. Those guys will be perfectly okay, but that is the most interesting finish position to a crash I think I've ever seen. Hey, you couldn't... I'd argue you couldn't do that in the paddock with Jacks. What are you doing? What? Okay, look, they're both going to be all right. They're only kids as well, don't forget. Most important is to check these guys are right. They're going to have to red flag this one, surely. You can't leave them there. Coming round now through turn 1. Certainly it's going to be double, triple waved yellows, but with those cars on the racing line, the 2 drivers still in it, got to be a bit careful here. Is that red flag? It is, yeah. Red flag. Just see it on the marshal's post. Good decision from race control. Yeah, you're trying to get somebody out. Don't forget as well, we've got hot exhaust. These cars are hard enough to get in and out of when they're on the ground, Hal, when it's at 90 degrees on top of another cross car. How do you even recover this?
Not only is it in a dangerous position, but it's also on the line. And remember, these races are based on time, not position, so you're hampering the people.
Well, there's just enough room up the inside there, but you can't carry on like that. Here we go. Have a look at this. This is what happened. So this was the attempted part. No, okay, sorry. Oh my goodness me! Wow, that was steering movement there, trying to get. So that was the initial contact. Look. Josephine Holmquist left facing the wrong way, and then Raiju Niemi
I think she's completely unsighted. The wiper, and maybe the wiper only started working. Let's have a look. Yeah, the screen's covered in mud, isn't it? Maybe she just couldn't see.
Well, Hal, we've both raced buggies in the past, and the visibility is awful. But also, don't forget, first-time braking zone from the dirt onto the tarmac, locked wheels, and that's it's not what they wanted.
And she's also making her return to crosscar for the first time after some time away this weekend. And obviously the conditions are completely different to how they were on Thursday. So first race in the wet and the visibility factor, plus the lack of grip, it's a challenge, isn't it?
Now, that, from the outside, you might look at that and think that looked pretty bad. But really, honestly, usually there's not a lot of damage on those cars, is there? They'll be back out. They won't be allowed. Will they be allowed to restart this one if the car's in good enough condition?
I think no.
This was the recovery process, look.
I think Holmquist, regardless whether he's allowed to start or not, has got broken front right suspension anyway from the impact.
I like the recovery with the driver still in the car. Raiju Niemi is heading back round the circuit, having a sneaky little feel of the grip levels as well.
So that's always been a controversial topic in Rallycross, hasn't it? Whether you're the cause of the red flag and whether you're allowed to restart or not. The British Championship's had all sorts of issues with that over the years because, whether you're the cause of the red flag or not is up for debate, and often it's due to the clerk of the court's discretion. So I don't know what the answer will be here.
No, neither do I. You see, what do you think the answer will be? Put you on the spot. They're going to try and take the start. I mean, you guys would do the same, wouldn't you? If you'd send the car to the grid and just wait for someone to go no, wouldn't you?
Yes. I think in this case, based on the regulation, I don't think they are allowed to start. On the other hand, they are young kids in one of their first races, so it would be sort of, for me, okay to let them go again and get more experience.
These are the championship points as we stand after 3 rounds. Lucas Anderson on 85 points, 14 points clear of Alex Gustafsson. Lucas, of course, won the first 2 rounds before coming third on Thursday. Alex Gustafsson in P2 won on Thursday, was third in Neeson and 5th in Neeson. So consistent, but Anderson you see with a fair points gap. Jonathan Yulami in third. How's our finish, you see? Yulami, is that close?
No, it's not close.
Correct us, go ahead.
Ylilammi.
Ylilammi. There we are. That's told us. This is why we need Finnish people in the commentary box. We do our best.
I was avoiding that question to save us embarrassment.
No, it's fine, mate. I said Timoš Janov I got wrong for a year. So everybody knows that. It was Timurzinov for the entire 2013. Sorry, Timur. I know that was slightly wrong. I was a bit scared of Timur, to be honest, in 2013. The only... No, he wasn't the only Russian driver. He's probably the only Russian driver in supercar, I would say, back then. And I was, I wasn't sure. And then at Montalegre the following year, we stayed at a monastery, which I just found a bit too spooky. And I had a conversation with Timur about Scooby-Doo, the cartoon, and how I was slightly terrified that I felt like it was a bit of a Scooby-Doo type castle we were staying in. And Timur thought this was the most hilarious thing he'd ever heard. I was making all sorts of jokes about me waking up in the morning with ghosts and so on. And that was it. Since then, me and Timur have been like that. So he forgave me immediately. But that's very Timur, isn't it? He's hilarious.
Yeah, he is one huge character. It's been amazing to work with him for many, many years. And let's hope that he will make a return this year.
Did you work with him in Super 1600 as well before he came to Supercar?
Yeah. Actually, that was the first year we started running cars other than myself, and Timo was the first driver Seth ever had back in 2009.
Amazing.
So he stayed with us 2 years, 2009 and 2010.
My favourite win reaction ever to any supercar race ever is Timmer at Spa in 2019. It was, and the fact we had an onboard camera with him, that onboard shot, we all know what he said. It can't ever be shown in replays, but it was brilliant, wasn't it? How did that feel for you guys? Because he was the driver with the most starts who'd waited the longest for a win. Yeah,
that felt good. You know, it had been a long time for him. Also, he had some few years with not so much success, and we had a mission inside the team to bring him back. And when he took that win, it felt good.
Nordbeck has taken a decent start here. Thomas Martens loses out this time. This was where Martens made the pass last time. Neither of the cars involved in the red flag able to take the restart, so the stewards are stuck to the book there. So, Jussi, when you say you wanted to bring Timmer back, is that a case of trying to find the form in him that you know is in there?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
How do you do that? Or does it depend on the driver?
Yeah, it does. But of course, I think it started from that we felt that we need to get him back in you know, to trust himself, to have confidence in the car, to feel home in the team, to trust the people around him. And I think step by step we managed to do that. You need to ask him at some point, but
yeah, I will.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, I hope he is back this year. One of my favourites.
I don't think you'll ever get a more unanimously welcome victory in motorsport. The whole paddock was absolutely elated that day in Spa.
It's rare that the Spotters Tower is super positive about other teams winning. You know, normally there's 5 teams leave the Spotters Tower like this, don't they? And there's one team up there going mad, and sort of everyone's like, do you know what? We didn't win, but Timmer did. Mega. So yeah, it was great. It really was. Lots of standing water still out on the track. We are indoors, but I would suggest that it's maybe getting wetter again.
Looks that way, doesn't it? It certainly looks like there's more spray coming off the wheels. I was actually thinking between the red flag and the restart that it would help these guys because they'd done a lap in more recent conditions. But if, like Jussi said, the conditions changed so much that maybe it's not actually that relevant.
Well, Nordbeck backs it in a little bit late, but gets the rotation done on the way into that final corner. That final corner is so slippery, Hal. Whenever even watching Supercar in the wet through the last corner, you're almost a bit disappointed that there isn't more grip in there.
We were talking to Katie about that this morning, Katie Munnings about that this morning, weren't we? Because on Thursday she was working on trying to get the rotation. They actually had a problem with the crosscar, didn't they? So it was very difficult for her. But she was working on getting the rotation done early to carry the speed through the corner. And in these conditions, yes, you still need to do that, but it's all about being super patient on the throttle, getting the rotation done, but not getting too hard into the throttle too early and getting too sideways. Such a balance.
Nordbeck jokered early there. Oh no! Came to the back of the pack, was right on the back there. I think that gives you an indication of how young these kids are because they're tiny. And Nordbeck jokered early. Okay, from the lead, maybe a slightly strange tactic. Didn't know if they thought they were going to cover them off or not, but was going to be behind. And, you know, sometimes that's okay. You can follow for a lap, then watch these guys go into the Joker, and you know you're on for the win. But coming out behind Nordbeck then had a little problem and looks like stalled it. Round the outside, Uito on Martens. Found some good grip on the way in, over-rotating on the way through. Martens going to try and straighten the kart out. Not quite enough grip to make the pass on the exit. You see, I'm so impressed with these. Calling them kids almost feels disrespectful, but they are. They're children, you know, most of these drivers. And we've said they're amongst the cleanest racers out there.
Yeah, I think it's amazing and great to see that the FIA and they have created this class, and it gives the chance for the kids to learn at the young age with the material that they can handle. And yeah. It's very nice.
Uito and Martin's about to learn a harsh lesson of rallycross. It looks like they've forgotten to joker. So now it depends how far back. What's the penalty for no joker? Is it 30 seconds? So, but then with Nordbeck's problem, I'm starting to wonder if Nordbeck's not within 30. What was the gap on the last lap?
Just under 30, 22 or something.
Okay, so this is actually a race between a 30-second penalty for both these drivers who haven't jokered. So Uito and Martens are going to get a plus 30, so that's going to be a 4:31. The time was actually competitive with the previous heat. So whereabouts and how far back is this going to be? It needs to be under a 4:31, we think, to take it. I doubt they'll be on the radio giving that much information. That would be a little bit too much for any driver, I think. And the time is going to be, it's a 4:06, sorry, over the line. 4:31, that's enough. So that will be the win for Nordbeck, despite crossing the line in P3 and having that mistake after the Joker. So Nordbeck will move to the top of that table because Ito and Martens, we are pretty sure, according to our graphics and according to our timing screens, didn't take the Joker. Different number of laps here. In Denmark, they were only doing 3 laps in qualifying. Here, Hal, they're doing 4, and that's, for me, the 4 is a better indicator of where they want to go in terms of a career. They're going to come across that more often as they move through the ranks of the sport. But also, there's just more options with 4 laps. I think 3 laps is always pretty tough to know when to go, particularly in a 5-car race.
Yeah, for sure. It's really difficult to know when to joker, and it was pretty difficult for us as well, wasn't it? Because there's so much more to happen in such a shorter period of time.
On to open 2-wheel drive. Popular class up here. Now, we were expecting maybe more cars to enter this category here. But because there's a round of Swedish as well this weekend, not so many. Jussi, I think you need to head off soon, do you?
Yeah. I promised actually the spot for my friend Reinis Nitish as well.
Oh, brilliant.
So I think he's out quite soon, so I will go and do that, and then we see what we can do with Niklas and Christian.
Before you go, is there a difference in tactics in terms of cross car because of visibility and things? You know, how do you work it?
I have no idea.
Really?
I did it for Reinis already on Thursday, and I said, you know, my friend, I have no idea how to drive that thing. So I just try to help you with the information and maybe a joker tactic, and that's it. You will
not find more honesty from a World Championship team manager than that. Jussi Pinamaki basically saying to Reinis, "Yeah, I'll spot for you, mate. I haven't got a clue what I'm doing, but we'll have a crack at it." But it's great to see Reinis here racing. Jussi, thanks so much for popping up, mate. And if you get the chance to come back during the weekend, we'd love to see you again. So,
all right.
Wishing you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
See you, mate.
Jussi Pinamaki from GRX Gronholm RX giving us some brilliant insight and stories. We're so lucky to have the guests that we have here. Side by side coming off the final corner. England trying to find some traction in the Porsche, but that is tricky business. That car's looked quite tricky in the drive. To be fair, it doesn't look quite so tricky now. And Simon Tiger has joked and he's on the back of the pack here. So Simon Tiger has won all 3 rounds so far. In behind the Porsche now. I think Simon is wise enough, Hal, to wait for somewhere sensible. If I was going to put money on it, I reckon he might have a crack at the velodrome, but he's got to be near enough. England's doing well on the traction front here.
I have to say I'm quite confused by the setup of that car. I don't know much about rallycross car setup, but it looks so stiff to me in the dry and looks quite uncontrollable.
And then
hard. In the wet,
That's
it looks
what I mean.
just as stiff and looks almost a little bit more pliable and better.
Simon Tiger a bit cautious there. I think he was thinking I'll go around the outside, but that's maybe not wise in 4th gear in the wet. He has another look now. Tiger's going to win this either way, but he won't want to lose too much time, Hal.
He won't know because Matthias Janssen, who will be in the second race, has been quite close to him, was the only driver to take a fastest time off him in Nissan.
In these conditions.
And Tiger's losing a lot of time here, isn't he?
Yeah, I thought he was going to find a way past there on the exit of the last corner, but not quite enough. England goes joker, and that will release Tiger, so that's handy. And that was a lap earlier than he needed to go as well, so he's probably trying to cover off Bertelsen, but Bertelsen nicely, easily passed.
Well, massive understeer in the background for England. It's so slippery on the joker exit here, isn't it? That once you get the understeer, you're heading straight for that barrier on the inside. Bertelsen's doing brilliantly in the wet conditions. I know Tiger's been held up a little bit, but I think this is the best performance we've seen from him so far this season.
Be interested to see if Tiger can hold on to the quickest timer. He will know that he's been compromised, so I expect he'll push on this last lap and a half. But as Hal already said, with Matthias Janssen coming up next, and Janssen raced yesterday as well, so Janssen's done a few more laps. That's not necessarily going to help in terms of the conditions this morning.
No, but he's match fit, isn't he? And we spoke to him yesterday. He's really enthusiastic, and he knows he's got some work to do. I think Tiger's car's a little bit more developed. That's not unfair. And yeah, this is the perfect opportunity. The wet's a great leveler, isn't it? And I think he needs to now capitalise on the fact that Tiger's been held up.
Only 6 cars here this weekend, so slightly lower entry. Still a few issues for these Europeans crossing the various borders due to COVID. As I say, with a round of Swedish here as well. Some drivers doing both. They can only do both if the car fits the spec for the regulations for both. So, for instance, in Nordic, you can use a sequential gearbox, which is what Tiger uses. You can't use that in the Swedish Championship, and Matthias Janssen was saying he can't afford and also doesn't have the time in between the rounds to change, to an engine and gearbox combination which is legal for both. So he just sticks with a slightly lesser spec, and that means it's hard for him to match Simon Tiger. Tiger's time is, what have we got? 3:52, held up significantly. .657. I think that that's definitely up for beating, but only Matthias Janssen will need to get a good start, and I guess a good indicator that that's not easy is the fact that Simon, who's been on form all year, didn't help.
But he also didn't get great starts in Nice, remember, did he? So
and the Porsche is mid-engine rear drive. No, yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is. Yeah, rear engine, rear to mid. Yes. So that would help with traction in these conditions. Tiger's car does look sorted.
Running a lot of camera on the front wheels, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's,
different to the dry conditions, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
These guys really enjoying the engineering aspect of it as well. Yeah, home-engineered cars, home-built cars, setting them up themselves. That's what he wanted, an absolute banger of a start for Matthias Janssen away from the line. Going to move across and shut the door immediately. And now has to try and get the lap times done. I love the Volvo, it's just huge, isn't it? It's I was going to say it's like driving a boat, but in these conditions, how that's bang on what you want, really, isn't it?
Perfect, yeah, and where he was, where the setup didn't look quite as dialed as on Tiger's BMW in the dry, we often saw him locking the inside front. Obviously the front's so relatively unweighted because they run the rear so soft to get the traction, but it actually looks pretty nice in the wet, doesn't it? Just like the Porsche, completely against the theory of how to set up a rallycross car, but fantastic.
So if, again, there's the bump on the inside from the gravel to the tar. That makes
big, isn't it?
And it makes more of a difference in the wet. You can see it unsettle the car when they've got it loaded up.
I also think it's digging out more, isn't it? Because the loose is much slippier and probably a bit more claggy, so it's actually digging out from that ledge. And the track guys will have to work hard to smooth that out in the track grading sessions through the course of the weekend.
And that is a rear-wheel drive Golf that you can see there for Michael Persson. Mad setup on that again, Hal. You can see just the amount of angle in the front end of the car when he's really leaning on it. Lands it on the curbs in the background. So
soft as well. You can see it dealt with that curb just in the same way that a supercar would, which you wouldn't expect from what we would think visibly would be normally a front-wheel drive car, but that's the beauty of these open regulations. As long as the engine remains in the original location, you can basically do what you want as long as you retain two-wheel drive. So why not build a rear-wheel drive Golf?
Laura Winters joined us in the commentary box. Laura, you've been out and about in the paddock this morning. Really different conditions than we've seen. We've all had to put boots on today, haven't we? It's different. We've gone for wet today.
I've got full snow boots on.
Have you?
Yeah, for the dip in temperature, for the wet, the mud out there. I've gone, full.
Super soft.
Absolutely.
Super soft with extra cuts.
Exactly. You know, everyone's talking about the conditions out there, and certainly I think the electric cars are going to struggle a little bit more in the wet as well due to the extra weight. But very much, I think that's absolutely what people want from Holjes, isn't it? What's better than Holjes? Holjes in the wet.
Oh, mistake runs wide. Thank you, Laura. Couldn't agree more. It's Laura's first time here at Holjes. We would really like to see her here another time when Happy Street is in full operation.
Janssen had a moment with that barrier yesterday, on Thursday, didn't he? Where he got too much oversteer on the exit of the Joker and hit the wall and rotated into a spin. Completely opposite there, as we were talking about in the junior cross car, got way too much understeer in the loose gravel, and at that stage there's nothing you can do. All you can do is roll back out of the throttle and hope that the front starts to turn more. Lucky to get away with that. Let's have a look at the lap times. Well, he's joker, so his start lap time was obviously slower than his joker, so we don't have a direct comparison with what Tiger did yet. We will do as he crosses the line. Now, of course, he's jokered on that one, but he's jokered on that and still gone a second, 1.1 seconds quicker than Tiger's best. So
in theory,
I think this is well on track for a fastest time.
Yeah, I'd be very pleased. So interesting that it's in the wet again. As we say, the first session at Nice on round 1 2 weeks ago was in wet conditions. That was the one he won against Simon Tiger. So, maybe we might see a bit more competition for Simon today.
Well, we said it's a great leveler, haven't we? But also this car, like I said before, this car look little. Tug on the handbrake, rear-wheel drive car, so the handbrake's not quite the same as it would be in a four-wheel drive car because you need to get on the clutch for the handbrake to work properly, but it's just a a nice way of staying in the throttle and just bringing the speed down a little bit by just pulling on the handbrake. I think he's clearly showing his prowess in the wet here.
He's got 12 seconds to make it round the final corner. I think that's enough. Don't make any mistakes here. Don't be too enthusiastic. Watch his line on the exit. He runs much wider than he would normally. And as I say that, he takes the normal line. Racing to get to the inside line. Easily, well, I say easily, not so much as I thought he might. But he has beaten Simon Tiger's time. That's only the second time this season. We're on event number 4. Qualifying session number 10 this is of the year. And he's won his second one. Listen to that. Roland Larsimo trying to kind of feather the throttle. Sounds awesome. Looks tricky. Larsimo finishes his run, and that means that we are done with open two-wheel drive. We're going to be moving on to cross car. We'll have a look at a minute in the championship standings of two-wheel drive as we came here to the second event at Holjes. 4-day event here, well 5 if you count. They've done free practice Wednesday. We had a full round on Thursday, which was 3 qualifiers, semis and finals. Look at the suspension deflection for Janssen as he comes through the Joker lap. Janssen in P2 in the series, you can see he's actually 20 points back from Simon Tiger. Morten B. Bertelsen in P3, Christensen P4, Mikael Persson in P5. But it's Tiger versus Janssen, and I think Janssen will be hoping to close that gap down to Tiger in these conditions. Can he? Laura, nice and dry in here at least. Was it raining when you were last outside?
It wasn't, no.
Okay.
But there is definite moisture in the air.
Yeah.
The air's quite pregnant.
We're above,
do you know what I mean?
We're above. It's going to rain, isn't it? It's definitely going to come. This morning when we woke up, we're kind of above the cloud where we were staying, but it's not fair to say miserable because it's beautiful here, isn't it? It's
stunning. I've been blown away actually by the scenery. I mean, these poor guys have to drive me, to and from the track every day.
She won't drive herself.
I will. I've offered for the record, and it's just me in the back going, "Oh, isn't this lovely? I love it here. It's stunning."
And we saw a moose this morning.
I know, absolute excitement over the moose, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. It was a good moose. It wasn't shy. It didn't run away. Yeah, good moose. Okay, top 10 in mixed order in the first couple of heats here, so expect this to be good. Hallberg, Nittisch, Goodison, Osterberg and Anderson, and we've got a jump already, Hal.
Hallberg, yeah, on the inside.
Not ideal. So Hallberg, trying to think where Hallberg was P3. Oh, we can take a look, actually, see where Hallberg was coming into this. Yes, leading the standings, that's what I thought, despite being third, because Sebastian Enholm isn't here, who was leading when we came from Neeson. And he's got a 5-point lead. I'm frantically scribbling these down right now. Osterberg's on 59 and Rierson on 67.
Baldwin's result on Thursday moved him ahead of Reinus Nittis and has put him in reasonable contention, hasn't it?
Certainly has. So Hallberg was P2 twice in Neeson. P3 here on Thursday. Another good start from the middle of the grid, but then looked like got wheel spin. Nittisch, I thought was going to be the benefiter from that. Or Hallberg slides it in, no way, across the apex. Thought he was going to take the whole pack out. Now goes wide, straight to the Joker lap. Hallberg jump start, mad one at the start, comes across the entire field and then goes Joker.
He didn't make the best initial getaway, did he? He was a bit slow off the line and then absolutely centred up the inside into the first corner, and that's really paid off for him. Now, if I were him, I'd Joker on the next lap as well, get out of the way and get chasing these guys.
Goodison and Osterberg going at it. Osterberg trying to go round the outside, looking for the long way round. He looked for the cut back onto the inside line now. Oh, Goodison's coming across, hasn't seen Osterberg. Shuts the door. Osterberg knows better than to go in towards the end of that Armco there. Goodison locks up on the brakes at the bottom of the hill. Osterberg's got that spectacular driving style. Oh, Hallberg in the background dropping a wheel off. Hallberg's on the back of them already.
Hallberg's on a flyer, isn't he? But these guys are really at it at the front. The cross cars look so nervous in these conditions.
Osterberg going to get past, goes past Goodison, does he? Goodison with a bit of wheel spin on the run, and he does. Osterberg's got it, runs a bit deep. Oh, Hallberg's for the taking, though, I think.
What a move that was, around the outside into the first corner. Here is Brave. Look at Goodison. He's got chronic understeer out of the second corner.
Hallberg's got him. Anderson's gone Joker.
Great decision.
Yeah, so Hallberg's decision-making. But don't forget, Hallberg's got another Joker to do.
But on the previous lap, I said I would Joker on the next one, catch these guys up, because someone went in front, great for him to stay out, get some clean air and get chasing.
Fantastic. So Hallberg here, could he pull off the miracle move? I suppose Goodison's dropped back. Osterberg leading. I mean, tactically, Osterberg should take this, but in these conditions, nothing's for granted.
No, we've seen in the juniors, haven't we? You can make mistakes right at the last moment. We saw that in these cross cars. They're so on the limit. You can make mistakes all the time. I don't really think he's got enough gap back to second, third, and fourth at the moment to do it. But he's delivering a brilliant performance here. That is...
Nitish's car is absolutely...
I couldn't even recognise who it was.
I know, it's filthy. I knew what you were saying. I recognised it from the bodywork. It's absolutely filthy. Hallberg sends it in sideways, trying to cover off the rest of the pack in the background. Goodison goes Joker as well. Hallberg's going to come out P2 with a double Joker. That is absolutely a stunning drive. The car looks really good in these conditions.
It looks really clean as well, doesn't it? Because he jokered on lap 1 and then hasn't really been caught in the traffic. The traffic's parted ways for him here, hasn't it?
Look how calm he looks. And I'm amazed we can see him, because normally in cross car, I'm going to be honest here, windscreen wipers on cross cars are absolutely terrible, and he's got that dialed, and that sounds like the most rubbish detail ever. But in these conditions, you desperately need to see where you're going. We saw in junior, if you don't, all sorts can happen.
I always say that the cross cars are great because you can see how the wheels and how the suspension are moving and working, but looking down into Hallberg's car there, the windscreen's quite wide, isn't it? And you can see how he's gently moving the wheel. Osterberg's going to go Joker now. In
he goes. So watch for Osterberg's Joker. That we know Hallberg's looking tidy on the inside line. I think Osterberg's got enough here, yes. So Jimmy Osterberg with a great drive, but I think here it's Hallberg, the championship leader. That is a fantastic recovery. And let's not forget to say this is 2 grids, the first 2 races, mixed up at the top 10, Hal, to be against 5 of the top 10 cross car drivers and double Joker to come P2 right behind Osterberg. That you can knock that wipe the extra Joker off. That penalty, he's managed to kill this.
He has, yeah, but that penalty is maybe not as bad here when the pace is so similar. If you were in a later race and the slower guys are around you, the Joker tactics have become much more difficult.
They would. Great job by Hallberg. Osterberg going to take this one, barring any disasters in the last corner. But for me, Patrick Hallberg with an amazing drive. Absolutely fantastic to finish, literally 1.2 seconds off the back of Osterberg. Nitish comes through. Pinamaki was spotting for him. To be honest, he'd have struggled to figure out which car Nitish was in. What do we got from timekeeping? Is that a penalty? Or?
So it's a warning for Nitish. I have no idea what that's for.
I like Osterberg. Do you see the tape down the side of Osterberg's car there? That's to tape the window crack shut to stop the water coming in. And that's something you do once every run, I think.
I think that's optimistic in a cross car.
So do I, yeah. Well, particularly look at where the tape has ended up, basically just hanging down the side of the car. Look at this. Patrick Hallberg jumps the start, and it looks super calm in these conditions. Watch this, look. He'll nudge the car in. Osterberg's spectacular. I love his and Rierson's driving style. Rierson yesterday was on an absolute mission, and then had a shock. Did he have a puncture? He did, didn't he, Rierson?
Puncture in the semis, yeah.
Yeah, gutted. Okay, then this one. Baldins, Aaron and Larpety, Eganson and Rierson on the outside. Rierson with a banger of a start. Again, look at that from slot number 5. The middle part of the grid has seemed to have the best all the while. Baldins looking to go up the inside, has to back off. Larpety loses out, drops down to P5. He's on the inside line. Baldins going to go Joker straight away. But Rierson with an absolutely incredible start. He was 5 car lengths clear, Hal, before they left the tarmac.
When you see your grid selections before Q1, you're like, oh no, I'm on the outside. That's going to be difficult. But that was a perfect start, perfect first corner. This puts him in a great position. Look at the rotation. He is so confident in his cross car. Maybe not the fastest way to do it, but look, they're all running wide. They're all using that karting style line of finding the grip, not where the mud is on the bottom side of the velodrome, and using that top, drier, cleaner tarmac on the outside.
Really keen to see what Rierson can do today. You feel like it's redemption time, don't you? Ended up yesterday with a haul of points. Trying to see, I think it was P7 in the points, was it? It's hard to see from the results, but certainly, went out in the semi, a lap down, so didn't even finish the semi. But that was having won 2 of the qualifying sessions and coming P2 in the other one. So Rierson really look at the angles into the Joker.
Somewhere he lost a lot of time there and got passed by Aaron. And so Rierson's gone Joker, and he's going to come out behind Larpety. I'm sure Jussi thinks that's a completely wrong pronunciation of his name. Sorry to all the Finns watching.
Yes. Ulalami. You're completely wrong. Thanks, Jussi.
Is that correct? No.
Here comes the Pinamaki bus, and we've just gone under it. That's absolutely fine. We're grateful for the Pinamaki bus. So, yeah, what happened there? I have to say, I was looking down at my stats to see where Rierson was.
We were looking at a rear
dominant.
shot down the hill, so maybe Rierson ran a little bit wide and Aaron got him. To be honest, I was also looking at the timing screen.
Would have been a lot wide, I think. Larpety up over the crest. Is that Rierson now closing down on Larpety? Watching the background here. Yeah, there's Rierson. Larpety, trying to see who's Joker. That's what we needed to see. So Larpety hasn't, Aronen hasn't. This isn't over for Rierson just yet, but Aronen goes now. So watching for Aronen, who's gone Joker. In goes Larpety. They're both trying to cover off Rierson. I think Rierson will get Larpety or jumps to the inside of the curb.
Really upsets the chassis, doesn't it, when they Larpety lucky not to hit that barrier and do a Janssen-style spin.
Something's occurred to me, actually. I'm sure you'll remember. All the drivers say that to spot the line on that jump, there was a tree on the horizon, but they moved the runoff area back and cut the trees down after we had a supercar end up in the trees a couple of years ago on the outside of the velodrome. So I think the tree which used to sight the line from is gone, Hal.
It has, yeah, so it's made it a lot more challenging, or at least a lot more challenging to learn initially. Look at Rierson with a lot of lock on over the jump, but lands and get it all sorted out. Look how tight they go on the exit of the first corner. You can see visibly how wet it was on the outside and the clean line on the inside.
Oh, spin for Larpety, half spin in the background, going to hold on to P4. Fascinating. Watching Matthias Janssen in the open two-wheel drive car, so on every normal lap, he ran the car out wide and carried some momentum through the corner. On the final lap, he pulled it to the inside to race to the line earlier. Look at Rierson. He's getting that gold medal that I've invented definitely this weekend. Basically, if you missed Neeson, I've invented a new medal. It's a massive gold stamp because he is licking the stamp and sending it everywhere. So Rierson is getting the big gold stamp medal. It comes with a big red ribbon, I think, round it. Yes, Laura. Yes, Laura's she's disagreeing in the studio, but she's wrong. F1 would be much better with a big lick the stamp. Nobody would get it because nobody goes sideways enough. But Rierson is definitely getting the send it medal, Hal.
And he deserves it too. Yeah.
Laura, you up for the send it medal? Do you like the idea at least?
No, it wasn't me disagreeing with you. It was me in awe of the lick it and send it everywhere medal.
You like that?
Stamp, love it.
Okay, there we go. So that's invented. That's happening. We're going to have a big... It's big. I want it to
we
be
need
like,
a prop, don't we? And I can go and deliver it to them in the paddock.
Yeah, we should do. Let's see if we can make it. We'll find some plywood, bit of gold spray
I've got some paper.
Yeah,
that'll do.
That may not work today in these conditions. I think paper is not going to be the answer. Jarkko Aronen taking this one after a problem for Rierson, which both me and Hal were looking at timing screen for stats. That's the way it goes sometimes. Sorry, guys.
And by a tenth, he's also currently the fastest driver, just pipping Yumi Osterberg.
So close at the top then, from the looks of things. 339.465 for Osterberg. And 339.3 for Aronen. I think you could say that Rierson would have gone quicker there, Hal, were it not for the mistake. But that's the gamble, isn't it? Oh, come on. That's the worst jump start I've ever seen. Sorry. Well, that's a bit mean, but Damien Crepo, next to him, Tommy Svard. Tommy, you almost wonder there if he was trying to find the bite point, Hal, but that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even think the ready-to-race board had barely gone up, had it?
I did a very similar thing in my supercar debut last year in the British Championship. Mate. I've slated people for years for going when the ready-to-race board comes on. I sat there and and the ready-to-race comes on, I let go of the handbrake.
Oh, mate, did you slate yourself immediately? I hope you berated yourself in the car.
Really annoying.
Oh, there's a quick message pop up on timing there. So
Svard, double joker.
It was, you know what I mean, don't you? That was, there's borderline and there's no chance.
That's the sort of jump start you do when you know the joker's quicker.
Yeah, that's the Lowiak in the wet jump start, isn't it? Saw that a few years ago when the line through the joker lap was better, and mysteriously lots of drivers were jumping the start like 3 from one heat, one after the other. And the stewards very hastily wrote a different rule. David Miat getting a good start, going to try and close the door on Svard, who had that jump start and does. So Svard goes joker straight away. I might have waited one more lap for that. It was Hukar, who was another one who was up for Riku Hukar, who was up for the gold stamp. Oh, clips the barrier, spins the car around in the background.
Epic save, but that's harmed his chances even more. The first joker of the two
started right out.
Bendix and Joker behind him, actually. Bendix retired on Thursday, do you remember, in quite an oily, smoky, fiery way. But I was amazed on yesterday. We were mooching around the paddock, weren't we? And so many of the cross-car teams had the engine out because it makes it so much easier to work on the car and check everything. And it's not like taking the engine out of a real car. Who's that that's run wide in the background? I can't see or tell at the moment. Is that Crepu? Yes, it is, yeah. So that's actually the car that Rainis Nitish drove in Nissan, and Rainis is driving a new buggy this weekend, a brand new one. It arrived with the factory-based settings, and it took his guys... Oh,
Hookah with a spin. Hookah drops it. Oh, looking not to get collected by Crepu. Just avoids him. Crepu, I wasn't sure was going to go standard or Joker. Bendixson, you think, has been in the Joker already, but Bendixson's indicator isn't showing, is it?
He joked on lap 1 behind Sfar, didn't he?
So Bendixson's Joker indicator is missing. He has Joker ahead of these two. Crepu lost out there. I'm not convinced he was looking to go Joker, Hal, but then he jumped on the brakes and managed to stay out of the way. Look, massive steering inputs from him.
Look what they've done with Crepu's car as well. Rainis told us that they run the mesh, don't they, in the wet, so that the windows don't mud and steam up. But they've actually cut holes in. That's the same make of car. That's the same.
As Nitish,
same make of car that Nitish is running in the front, and they've actually cut a hole in the perspex.
There's a few like that. Mesh. Yeah, but Rainis has said, look, there isn't even a wiper on the car.
And they wear motocross type goggles.
Yes, I was going to say with the reel. So you basically it's tear offs. There are some that have a reel, and you pull a little cord effectively, and it pulls across a new piece of plastic over your goggles. Driving a cross car is always good fun. Mayat going to lose out to Bendixson. Oh no, Mayat's on the dirt on the outside. Did well to hold on to that. Pulls it back towards the apex. Knocks it down again. You see, I think these cars are so good for Al, not only for seeing the steering inputs, but when you look in the car, as you see Crepu come in Formula D style, and you see them reach for a gear or reach for the handbrake.
Hookah's actually tidied it up a lot in this race, hasn't he? He's nowhere near full send as he was on Thursday. Like we said, you just got to be so patient. Miet doing a brilliant job again.
How's it? Yeah, well, is Miet potentially going to get the time here?
It's been a good run, hasn't it? And it's so difficult to come to these Scandinavian tracks from the French circuits, which are so different in character. Through the Joker, just need to keep this nice and tidy. Big load of curb on the right-hand side, but he's got a massive lead over Bendixson.
This is a brilliant drive by Mayat. So Mayat has handed it to the entire pack here. There have been issues. Far double Joke had hit the barrier as well. I mean, Hookah, as Hal said, you got something broken on the front of the car there. That's Mayat high up in the velodrome, about to head down that back straight. Just look, all those inputs down through the bump. Car running quite low, I think, as coming compared to some of them. Look at that, opposite lock all the way through. Right, Mayat aiming for that time at the bottom of your screen. I think this is on. It's a 3:39, and he runs a little bit deep, get it straight, and like that throttle up. Here he goes over the line. Oh, it's going to be so close. Has he done it or not? 3:39.336.
Yeah,
Just hundredths in it. If it hadn't been for the deep braking zone in the final corner, that might have been a bit easier. But again, cross car showing us the depth in talent, Hal.
So difficult in these conditions, though, because running wide, he actually got a really good launch at the finish line. The grip's so changeable.
You can hear the limiter for the first time in that one, couldn't we? Over the line. Great drive by Mayat. Front of the car looks quite soft, doesn't it? You see it particularly over that bump coming down the hill, but then, to be honest, in these conditions, you'd expect that. Yeah, you do run the car a lot softer in the wet, don't you, to get the suspension to travel a lot more, and to make the chassis move a lot more, get a lot more movement in the chassis. Treuterud, Räikkönen, Anderson and Hein in this. Oscar Anderson had a good weekend, 2 semis in Nissan, 3rd in one of them. But on Thursday, Oscar just didn't quite seem to be on the pace, and Oscar hasn't got a great start there. On the inside, Räikkönen, it's Treuterud who's going to get to turn 1 first of all. Räikkönen, I'm loving the fins and the luminous liveries. Very easy to spot even in these terrible conditions. Yeah, I have to say my car recognition in the mud, especially when they're generally white, is not great. It's hard enough when they're clean, to be honest, mate, with the cross car. There are so many cars there, so you have to forgive us. Every year it's a new big field of drivers, and we do our best to get to recognise the cars as quickly as we can. And I'd say it's been brilliant to be here in Holjes. I'm absolutely loving being back at the track. You know, we got about 6 COVID tests and 10 days of quarantine to do, and a 5-hour drive, but I'll be doing it all again. I'll do it all again tomorrow to come here.
So would I. I almost can't find the words to say how pleased I am to be here. It's just so wonderful to be here, but it's also for doing this role, it's so different to being remote, because you get to talk to people, we can find out what's going on. I think we can bring a lot more to the broadcast. It's fantastic being on site, and there's such a wonderful atmosphere here too, isn't there?
Yeah, really good. Missing the fans, you can see the banks there. Look at that, Holjes RX. I'd never seen Holjes RX in that grandstand until last year, because until last year it was absolutely packed, yeah. And if Happy Street is the road behind there, we told you this before, but we're telling you again, if you've not been to Holjes and been up Happy Street, you've never lived. Like, you need to, it's wild up there. It's like the Wild West Happy Street. I was up there yesterday with something quite cool, which you'll have to wait to see. You might have seen some sneaky peeks of it on social media. But Happy Street is bizarre with nobody on it. It's normally full of sofas and buses and parties and just good fun carnage.
This sounds ludicrous, but I've actually got goosebumps hearing you talk about that. The supercar final here in Holjes, when there's 50,000 spectators, I think it's one of those real amazing motorsport experiences. People talk about going to the Indy 500, Le Mans, Monaco, and obviously I'm a massive rallycross fan, aren't I? So I'm going to be biased, but I really think it's up there.
Yeah, so do I. The noise as well, if Larson wins a heat, or Matt Oman, the driver who is paralysed from the chest down, when he won a heat here, I'll be honest, nearly had me in tears, because the crowd were on their feet going absolutely mental for him, and he's not slow either.
He's not doing as much racing this year, but he's been at it a long time, and they're so passionate about the Swedish drivers here, aren't they? Especially when there's quite a big rivalry with the Norwegians still, and Norway's only just up the road. The atmosphere, like I said, it gives me goosebumps now, and that's a big off in the background.
Nearly rolled it. That's Peter Hain. Come on, get it out the gravel trap. Does well to keep the revs up enough. I think probably potentially the fact the gravel trap is wet will have helped there. So Peter, it nearly dug in, Hal. That was the thing, because it's 5th gear down the hill there.
You'd have to be so quick at jumping on the clutch then, wouldn't you, to stop it stalling as you're heading backwards into the barrier. Fair play for keeping it running and driving out again.
Troy Teward from Racklerline and Anderson. Peter Hain was close to them. Not really sure how the lap time's been.
They've been okay. I think we're seeing the pace drop off a little bit now compared to the earlier runners, but the track conditions, it's hard to say whether they're improving or not. There's certainly a clean line, isn't there? But like Jussi was saying, you know, the loose that gets dragged onto them. So the braking zone, the braking points are changing almost every single lap. Really, really tricky conditions.
Through the left-hander comes Troy Teward. I think Troy Teward's going to go quickest. So Troy Teward has time to beat said 3:39.3.
Well, yeah, 3:38.578.
Wow.
Taken almost a second. He has taken a second quicker than Miet, so the track is definitely improving. He didn't set any standout lap times there, but was just consistently, solidly getting them on the board.
Confirmation of that time, look, 3:38.578. Now, we've spoken to Andreas Eriksson, who is one of the people behind this series. Being honest, I always like fastest last, because I like the session to get the pressure to build through it. But this, Hal, is one of those occasions where it's working out for the drivers lower down the field. And I'll tell you what, it's definitely going to mix up the running. Yeah, the running positions for next time out, the standings after Q1 are all going to be mixed up by these cars heading out. Look at the flames out the back there as well. That's what we like to see. Last race for cross car before we move on to supercar lights and supercar. Hampus Radström, Andreas Persson, Alain Feller and Katie Munnings on the outside. We'll talk you through Katie's first experiences of cross car in a minute. Well, she gets a lot of wheel spin off the line, so does Alain Feller. On the inside line, then Hampus Radström going to take this. Radström clips the curb, runs a little bit deep. Katie up the inside. Go on, Katie. Yes, so Katie's made a nice move up the inside there of Alain Feller. Almost forced him to go to the Joker lap. And she's also had a spot of luck in that Andreas Persson has gone Joker. So Katie now needs to get her head down, Hal, and she'll hopefully be in a better position to do so than she was on Thursday.
I have to say, I was very, very impressed by Katie Munnings in the opening round of Extreme E a few weeks ago. And she's come here to learn, hasn't she? Going around the outside of the first corner at Holjes and then getting it sideways, sending up the inside into turn 2. That's exactly what she's here to do. And now having a bit of pressure up front is brilliant for her as well. She just doesn't have this racing experience, so that's what she's here to do.
Absolutely. She had some problems with the steering on Thursday, basically uniballs, which is the metal ball joints which form the joints between the suspension arms and the steering, had seized up. She was driving the car, and the hands had to be saying to her, look, these cars are hard to drive. She thought, well, fair enough, you know. So they went for a little test to try and sort it out. Kevin jumped in the car and was like, they're not supposed to be that hard to drive. And, you know, Katie trains a lot for this kind of thing, for Extreme E. You know, she's very strong. And she said it was, you know, the car was getting harder to steer. I was getting more tired as the day went on. So they've changed all the uniballs and freed the steering up, and that's actually a great drive there as Radstrom's dropped back behind Persson. So Persson's done a couple of killer laps there, Hal, especially with passing Katie at the same time.
Yeah, comprehensively went around Katie on the outside. And I think that just gives a good indication as Persson's coming back at it and coming out of the velodrome. He's going to make it.
Radstrom, yeah, gone up the inside.
Oh, sorry, Radstrom's gone up the inside. And sensible there not to touch wheels, although Persson's losing a bit. I wonder if he's got a problem.
Persson up and over the crest. Katie was saying yesterday as well that she's quite happy to follow, and that sounds mad, but again, how I've done that before. When you go into a class you've never competed in before, if you get behind someone who's quicker than you, just follow them. Just have a look at their braking points. It is trickier in the wet, and it's tricky here with such a different number of chassis being used.
Yeah, definitely. But I've learned a huge amount by following people in rallycross races, certainly in practice and the qualifiers, to get behind someone and just well, conversely, you can also follow them to mistakes. I do that a lot playing with mates on dirt rally. They make a mistake and you're immediately in the gravel behind them.
Yeah, you follow them in. We see that a lot, and we'll see that, I'm sure, in the wet conditions here. Radstrom smooth on the throttle on the exit from Velodrome, feeding it in. Look at the difference in his buggy's attitude over the bump compared to, say, David Mayat earlier on. Mayat's buggy, to me, looked like it was much more reactive to that compression than Radstrom's is.
Yeah, you're correct, Andrew. The track is definitely cleaner and I think grippier now, isn't it? Because remember in the early races, as that Persson's had a spin, maybe has a spin out shot, at least gone very, very wide. Munnings is closing that gap, but she's still yet. They're both still yet to Joker, according to the Joker predictor on the left-hand side of the screen. This is the final lap.
I think Persson went on lap 1, so I didn't Persson go in with Fella. Yeah, after Katie ran Fella wide. It's that side-by-side action that Katie needs. You know, holding on to the inside line there with Fella on the first lap is exactly what she needs for Extreme E. She's got her second round coming up 10 days' time, heading out to Senegal.
And she's loving it, isn't she?
Yeah.
It was infectious how excited she was when we saw her yesterday evening as well. Just, you know, how much she's enjoying the side-by-side nature of the starts.
Yeah, really loving rallycross starts. That was great. We said, how you find it? She's like, oh my God, like rallycross starts are just awesome. I can't believe the adrenaline. And yeah, she's right. Radstrom, what's the time? 3:40, I think it was.
3:40.9. So although it's the slowest of the race wins, it's certainly not far away. I think that's going to put him comfortably inside maybe even the top 10.
Well, like, to give you an idea from yesterday, you know, leading time was a 3:09 and the slow time was right down in the 320s, yeah? So we had a time difference, a few people with issues who would have been further down. We had time differences of 20 seconds. Today, between Heat 1 and 2, with the fastest drivers in were 3:39s, Heat 3 was a 3:39, 4 was a 3:38, and then 5 was a 3:40. So we've basically, each of the winners from each of those races there, Hal, has been within 1.5 seconds. And that is really going to mix up who is in what heat races next time out. Track conditions are going to change again. But we're going to see the quick guys in with some people that they might not be, you know, expect to be in with. Maybe we're going to see some of these guys who've not had such a good day yesterday coming back and proving that they've got that pace.
And that makes the start's always critical in rallycross, isn't it? That makes the start even more critical again.
We're moving on to Supercar Lights. These are the championship standings as we come into round 4 of RallyX Nordic 2021. Tommy Howman in his debut season in Lights on 75 points, 12 points clear of Linus Osland, Simon Olofsson, Niels Andersen, Martin Jonsson. I'll tell you what, go down that list as well. Enland and Netklev. Netklev had a big off yesterday, rolled the car. They had to wait for the centre part of the body shell to come to the circuit here, which arrived late in the day to fix that. Oskarson, Foss, Janssen. Kasper Janssen, very impressive yesterday. We spotted Janssen in Denmark and said that we were expecting big things. And yeah, a lot of names in this who can win. On the outside, slot number 4, Niels Andersen, was really very impressive indeed on Thursday. Just missed out on the win. Niels was P2, but not a great start this time on the inside line. It's a Netclev and Foss who get a good start. Andersen now makes up some time on the run to the first corner, out wide, going to try and make the move across. I think Foss might go Joker from there, but no, a Netclev's gone in first of all. So a Netclev heads straight into Joker and Foss follows in. Howman leads on the standard lap. So Tommy Howman, super impressive, Hal.
His first ever proper start in the wet on reasonable condition wet tyres. He was saying to me yesterday that he was a bit concerned about the wet conditions. He tested the car in the wet. As Jonsson's going to have a look up the inside of Niels Andersen, makes a bit of contact but doesn't really lose them any time. Yeah, Holman has tested in the wet back home in Finland, but hasn't done a wet start, was running on old tyres at the time. And you know, there's so many new drivers in lights this year that this is a whole new day of exploring the potential of the car. Janssen runs a bit wide in the background, but yet again, Holman didn't make a perfect start, did he? But yet again, he was so composed around the outside of the first corner, no big sideways, and had the line for turn 2.
We had him in the studio here, and we spoke to him. I said, what's next for you? You know, where are you heading next? And he said, look, my dad says to me, don't worry about where you're heading next. Concentrate on what we're doing now. And he did say, obviously, he said it will be tough to move up to supercar because of the costs involved, and we know that. But I liked his attitude, Hal. He made great decisions about Jokers. He just seems to be a very calm thinking driver. Not that surprising for us being Finnish, but he's getting the job done. And a lot of these drivers have a lot more experience in these cars than he does. They're a very specific car to drive. I'm impressed, really impressed.
He has, he's a sort of satellite of the set promotion team, but he's running it all himself. This is a van and trailer effort, as I've said before. He's got his grandfather working on the car, his younger brother and his dad. They've been out, they haven't been home to Finland because it's so difficult with all the COVID tests and the getting between countries, so they came straight to Sweden. They've been here for a couple of weeks. They're doing it in such a well-calculated way, but they just don't have the budget to be racing at this level, really, and they're doing an amazing job.
Niels Andersen in P2. I say we spoke to Niels. Niels had got, he won 2 of the 3 sessions on Thursday. And when we spoke to Niels, we thought Johan was in the comms box with us after Johan Kristoffersen was in the comms box with us for the finals, and Niels just missed out on that win, which would have been his first win in lights. But he'd had his first TQ, Hal, and Johan said it would take him a couple of hours to get over the disappointment. When we saw Niels the following day, he goes, it took about 2 minutes. I'm really stoked with P2. And he just drove well all day. He said the car was good, but he said he was happy with his decision making. And we've talked about that quite a lot, but it's so important in rallycross. You've got to spot it, but some of it you've got to do for yourself.
Yeah, and I'm so impressed by his maturity. Janssen's picked up a penalty, a warning penalty during the race. We haven't seen what that's for. Holman's going to go Joe as the final lap, so Holman has to go Joe. Could be followed by Andersen.
Jonsson will go in as well, and a Netclev is actually a long way back. So these drivers, this is kind of what we come to expect maybe from top heats, but they've all been quite sensible. And Netclev going to get past Jonsson. Netclev will be pleased to be competing.
Whole new body on that car yesterday. They had the whole centre section of the shell off, and then they put a new one on. Sebastian Eriksson didn't quite know whether he'd have the same livery or not today, but Kevin Eriksson's obviously been working very hard on it. It looks identical. They got.
I've noticed they've got a big decal printer, so they can print pretty much whatever they want. Mostly they seem to be printing Jamaican flags at the minute for the side of Fraser's car. But yeah, they've got that livery back to normal. Howman takes the win. The winner from round 3 and from round 2. He was 3rd in the first round. But there's a long way to go in this one. A puncture we're hearing front right for Foss. So Foss lost some time there. Here is Foss. Ooh. Doesn't look like... Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. There you go. You can see the whole rim. That is definitely a puncture.
That car's seen some action. Supercar light chassis number 1, that is.
Really? Mm-hmm. Love that, Hal. How many are there?
57 or something now?
There you go. 329.7. I'm keen to just compare that quickly to cross car. 10 seconds faster. So the all-wheel drive of these cars just giving them a little bit more pace. There's a mistake look from Jonsson. You can see on the brake mid-corner, but too late to get the rotation done by then. Jonsson ends up sideways and in the deep dirt on the outside, but that will probably have helped. Enland, Janssen, Osland, Oscarson and Olofsson on the outside. Olofsson was brilliant in Denmark until he had an issue with the belt, and then had a bit of a torrid day yesterday, got fired off in turn 1. but has got a brilliant start here. Maybe loses out as he pulls second gear. It was away from the line so quickly. It's Oskarsson inside him. He's going to shut the door. Olofsson will be a little bit cautious around the outside. Where's Janssen going to go now? I think Olofsson wanted to go Joker. That could be tricky with the stewards. Gets into the back of Oskarsson as they come over the jump. They're side by side. Oskarsson gives it back to him. Pushes Olofsson all the way off the side of the track. And that has allowed Osland straight through to take the lead. Going deep again. Careful now, lads. Going to have a load of contact and damage. Oskarsson's had a wild first half lap. Olofsson behind, not going to be too happy about the return contact, and looks up the inside line. Olofsson finds the traction. Wonderful drive from Olofsson there. Digs the traction out of the inside line of the corner, down the hill, and takes the position back again.
Almost pulled the traction out of his pocket. I think Oskarsson might have a left rear puncture, the way attitude of the car, the way it's sliding around. Perfect for Linus Osland that he managed to avoid all of that kerfuffle in the first couple of corners and get out in the lead. I do think Oskarsson wasn't particularly pleased with getting pushed up the back in turn 2, was he? And then that's why he forced Olofsson wide. Olofsson did a great job in the velodrome, but Linus Osland's pulling away here.
Watch out for Kasper Janssen. So Kasper Janssen is the driver who was full send everywhere in Denmark, and we said if he tidies up, he'd be quick. He tidied up big time yesterday. Kasper ended up P6 in the final, first time in the final. And Kasper has jokered and will have overlapped Oskarsson now. I'm wondering how far back he is from Olofsson. Not far back at all, Hal. Look in the background, the green and black livery. Watch for Kasper coming through now. I think he's close enough to... Oh, he's got terminal understeer through velodrome. But he might be close enough.
The Joker's slow here in the way, isn't it? Because it's so hard to get the traction on the exit because the loose is so slippery and deep there. But, you know, all the lessons he learned on Thursday by tidying up his driving style is paying dividends now, because you can't afford to drive like that in these conditions.
Olofsson runs deep, unless he's looking for traction out there in the background. Janssen takes a similar line. Osland stays out. Osland on his home circuit. Olofsson going to go Joker. Olofsson goes Joker. This will be to cover off Kasper Janssen behind, and also to give him a chance to try and make a pass. Going to be close. Olofsson might shut the door here. Kasper Janssen going to squeeze through. Oh, Olofsson slides in. Janssen used all the curb on the inside line. Switches back to the right-hand side. Brilliant drive from Kasper.
Absolutely fantastic job from the debutant this year. These conditions are so difficult to drive in, especially at this circuit where it's so greasy. He's doing an amazing job.
He comes from a karting background. How that will really be helping him with looking for the grip, hunting out the different lines. Oh, big dip through the bump.
But it's so difficult to hunt out those different lines when you're under such pressure from one of the most experienced drivers in the field.
Going to keep the door closed on the inside now. Don't want to run too deep. Also here, Hal, this is the rallycross thing of don't keep the door shut so much that you lose too much time, because Olofsson behind probably isn't going to do anything stupid. Yes, he'll want to take a position. Osland goes Joker. This is going to be easily out in front for Linus Osland.
But as a karter, you'll be used to driving under that pressure, won't you?
Yeah.
It's not like you're coming from a rally background, you know, like, for example, Katie is, and isn't used to having someone knocking on the back door of the car all the time. You know, I think the racing aspect won't be so much of a problem as it might be otherwise.
Now got a couple of car lengths anyway, so Kasper Janssen continuing to impress us here at RallyX Nordic. Simon Olofsson hoping to come back, as we've said numerous times, from what was a brilliant start to the season, and things have become a little bit more difficult. Olofsson definitely in the championship fight. Round the last corner comes Linus Osland, who will have done many laps around this circuit in so many different conditions. Kasper Janssen holds on. Olofsson runs the car deep, looking for the timing line early. Enlund in P4. Tommy Howard's time was 3:29.7. We're just waiting for the result to pop up, and we'll see. It's not as quick. So Linus Osland with a 3:32.1. Tell you what, Helmut's time's looking amazing, isn't it? Especially as how we thought the track was getting quicker, but it needs the snow there, still snow there in the background. Laura's boots are the right choice. In these conditions, there is a tipping point at which the track goes from getting faster to getting slower again.
Yeah, and the joy is that regardless of how experienced you are, I was championing people like Pienimäki, Hansen, Kristoffersen for having that experience, but that's almost, you can take a good guess, but you just don't know when that's going to happen, because it depends on the amount of rainfall, the track temperature, the ambient temperature.
How greasy is it? Where was the dust
condition the track was in already? You know, there's just so many variables.
What start slot did you get? Sockfist on the inside, Bergström, Peterson, Tornholt, Expert. Somebody's jumped the start.
Peterson, maybe.
Oh dear. Yeah, and in fact, the top, you can see the digital board above the start there shows you number 3 flashing. And there's the double Joker board. Everybody else being shown that they are clear. So remember, it was fastest first. So in theory, these are the slower drivers, but we're not sure on track conditions. I would suggest that Linus Osland is good enough to have nailed a mega time round here if the track was getting quicker. But Howman is so good from race 1 of Lights that it's hard to tell. Either way, if you want to challenge Howman, you're going to have to get a good clean start here. On the outside, it's a brilliant start for Experth. Gets away. We've seen some drivers get good traction there and then go up into second gear and lose out. Experth shuts the door across the entire grid. Nicely done. Gets to the apex of turn 2. And pretty standard stuff at Holjes. 2 cars into the Joker straight away. I like the Joker here, Hal. Turn 2, and I love any track with a corner one way and then the other for turn 1 and 2. Lowiak, Latvia, it always just makes for exciting racing. Yeah,
and it just gives you so many options, doesn't it? Because with a traditional first corner, which is a single apex, single direction corner, you very rarely see someone pull off an outside move unless it's a super Larson Duran type send. But you can do so much in the first corner here. There's no guarantee under big pressure now from Bergstrom.
Yeah, anything that goes left, right, you see people try over, under, over, and then particularly here with the Joker being in turn 2 as well, you've then got another option. Yes, I lost the start, but I'm going to go Joker. It does depend on who else is in the heat race with you as to whether or not you can afford to drop yourself down into that traffic. We've got 2 cars at the back of Joker already, and they're so close to the pack that Sogqvist is looking really good.
Tornholt was going to go Joker, I think, in turn 2, ran deep and allowed Bergstrom, I think it would have been at the time, to get up the inside. Yeah, it was Bergstrom that got up the inside because she had a little bit of indecision there. Bergstrom's driving really well in the wet here. He's going to have a little look up the inside going down the hill. That's brave. Oof.
Yeah, that was a bit close, wasn't it? Over that bump again, and that bump's getting bad enough now that both times we've seen them come down the hill, we've seen the cars change line from hitting that compression. So you've either got to dial the suspension in to change that or hope that when the track gets graded, the conditions come your way.
Bergstrom's moving the car around a lot, isn't he? Just moving the steering quite a lot, and being part of the KMS team, he'll with time learn to be a little bit more smooth. Runs wide in the exit of the first corner and heads for the Joker.
Has to head for the Joker, I think, after the pendulum comes back the other way. Just manages to save it. Bergstrom's gone Joker, but it's Sogqvist in the orange and white car. Oh, super close to the barrier again. Look at this. He's been hanging on to that since turn 1.
The track conditions do look more slippery again, don't they, than they did certainly for Holman's race. Not to take anything away from Tommy for the time he set, but it's looking a lot more greasy now.
Wipers are on again, Howard. It's so hard to tell if it's actually raining. It doesn't look like it is, because down the hill... Oh, dear. Off into the dirt is Peterson. Gets the car going again.
Laura's shaking her head. She's just come in from being outside, so I don't think it is raining just at the moment.
Experth going to go Joker on this lap. Sogqvist, yeah, close behind. Sogqvist, look, backs it in over the crest, and this has been really nicely done. No dramas at all. 3:29.7 the time to beat. We're keen to see what track conditions are doing because Supercar is coming up next. And that could be absolutely key. You can hear in the background those anti-lag starts. Bit of tyre cleaning going on.
This is impressive from Sogqvist as another karting driver. I think he's done 8 years or something as a factory kart driver, but to deal with these conditions and all the mud and the loose and stuff is a great performance. Tornholt's going to have a look up the inside as they go out of the velodrome. Doesn't quite have the traction.
I love the fact that drivers who've come up through karting are now seeing rallycross as a potential career. There are so many options for it. Spin in the background. Checker flag and a win. Time not going to trouble the top drivers, though. But yeah, drivers going through karting, you'd expect them to move on to single-seaters. Oh, contact in the background. That was a bit optimistic. Back that one over the line. Come on, who's going to get to the finish line first? It's literally there. Bang it into reverse, come on.
So hard of a sequential gearbox, isn't it, to get it?
Yes, get it, get it done. Yes, to the awareness. I love it. You can imagine there, bang, bang, bang down the box, dumping the clutch, trying to find neutral.
And that's the value of having Tommy Christopherson as your spotter, isn't it?
Yeah, you can hit reverse now. I was willing that to happen, and I made up that they'd got it done. I think it's potentially broken steering there anyway for Ida Tornholt, because Ida pulled away at the same time. but couldn't turn in.
Excruciatingly close to getting a finish there as well.
Yeah, and of course, worse points if you DNF than if you finish at the back of your heat. Can't beat a finish line, can you? You know, what was that for P4 not even in the quick race, but I love it. My favourite finish of the day. Tornholt DNF, Peterson, we saw have a spin. Bergström, Experth, Sockfist with a 3:36. Still only 7 seconds between the quickest and the slowest. Definitely broken steering for Ida Tornholt. Going to have to send the scoop out to pick that one up. And then we're on to Supercar. Another look back at some of the action. That's that curb, which is, you have to be cautious about landing on that curb. We've heard people say before, Hal, if you land on the curb, you're risking squeezing the tyre off the rim. We've seen it happen loads of times, but obviously it gives you a straighter line into the left and then the right. Johan would say, look how much dirt there is above the curb. You can take it if you want. He says it's faster, but it's a risk, and there's those little risks are the tenths here and there. I'm really keen to see what the supercar drivers do next with regard to risking their line. You know, how much of a risk are they willing to take?
That's the Ericsson curve on the landing from the first little jump here at Holjes, because the Ericsson boys are renowned for clouting it pretty hard, and Andreas getting pretty unhappy when they get punctures from it. But you gain so much by taking that straighter line.
Bergström with the mega reverse over the finish line move. This was the run up to that with Experth. Not going to see it.
Tornholt came from a long way back to be involved in that, didn't she?
Yeah. Winch on. That won't take too long to fix. So just supercar races to come. 3 of those for you. Some of the World Championship regulars in that as well. That gives you a good idea of the spread of nationalities. You'll be seeing one of those flags in a minute on the car. Intermediate standings for Supercar Lights at the end of their session. Tommy Howman leads from Linus Osland, Nils Andersen, Niklas Anetclev and Isaac Sockfist. Janssen 6th, Olofsson 7th, Jonsson 8th, Enland 9th, Experth 10th. Gregory Foss looked down in 13th, Ida Tornholt unfortunately with that DNF. Next up, we have got championship standings for you for supercars. We move on to that portion of the event. Johan Kristoffersson leads the championship by just 4 points. Ahead of Sondre Evjen, Fraser McConnell and Enzo Eid. I think if you look at the gaps back, Enzo has had a tough 3 rounds. Spoke to him, I spent some good time talking to him yesterday. He's got big plans for this season. And we've seen a big increase in his pace recently. But only 8 points between Fraser McConnell in P3 and Johan Kristoffersson in P1. Kristoffersson had a puncture which dropped him out of contention on Thursday. Niklas Gronholm in the middle of the grid here. The winner on Thursday. Although not ultra happy, I'd say, with his performance. He just wants to find the feeling in the car. Fraser McConnell on the inside line. Anton Markland in P2. You've then got Michalak and Andreas Carlsson. Carlsson didn't start on Thursday with issues with the car, and he's back now. And that's due to Anderson, Lars Anderson's retirement. Thumbs up from the marshals. McConnell, a championship battler here on the inside line. Anton Markland in P2. And Niklas Gronholm headed for different series later on this year. They'll still want to take the win, though. Oh, great start, Gronholm, but amazing start. Fraser McConnell on the inside line found traction from somewhere. Gronholm's not going to be able to shut the door from there, as he surely can't go around the outside. Fraz pushes across, closes the door into turn 2. Markland going to go joke it immediately. Fantastic start from Fraser McConnell. I thought that Gronholm had that just with the traction, but he didn't.
He didn't know. Fraser made a brilliant launch from the inside, didn't he? Remember, they had such problems with that exact car here last year in the wet conditions. OMSC have worked so hard on him to get the setup better, and he's leading. He's exactly where he wants to be at the front of this race.
Fraser McConnell, P3 in the standings. He's coming, he means business. He wants to win RallyX Nordic. His win last time out, or sideways in the background.
I think Gronholm hit the wall on the way down the hill there. I think he just clipped the wall and it bounced the car a little bit over to the right-hand side.
Carlson is with these guys as well, and remember the track could get quicker. We're not sure. Fraser feeling for the grit levels. How these guys haven't been on track for about 3 hours from free practice this morning. It will be vastly different to what it was.
And all the information you can glean from watching, or maybe for some cars from the support classes, is useful, but it's not necessarily helpful enough.
That's a late choice by Gronholm. That is a late choice. I think he could end up losing out to Carlson here. And that's not going to be what he needed. I thought they'd wait another lap, Hal.
This is to cover off Markland, isn't it? But I think maybe it's not worth the risk of getting stuck behind Carlson, because it's not just about trying to beat Fraser McConnell here. It's about challenging Johan Kristoffersen and Enzo Eden, Sondre Evian in the next race as well. OK, he's got ahead of Markland. He just needs to hope that he's run wide.
Markland gets up the inside. Gronholm runs deep. Markland finds the traction. Oh, Gronholm's right back with him again. Both those lines work. But Markland has made it work beautifully to take the position back off Gronholm. Fraser McConnell now has 2 options. Does he go Joker? He could go Joker now, and I'd go now. Go Joker now. Carlson runs deep. He's going to come back into Markland. Markland's almost in the barrier on the inside line. Carlson's surely going to be holding up in the background. And Fraser goes standard lap. Fair enough. They're confident they've got the pace. This time now, off to the outside goes Carlson. I don't know whether they could maybe, with the carnage that was going on there, I might have sent Fraz early, but they're confident in his pace, Hal. He's driving brilliantly this season, and the Jamaican's going to hold on for the final lap.
Yeah, Andreas Eriksson on the radio. Yes, these two got into each other and held each other up a little bit. I don't think it was a bad decision, because at the moment you don't want to risk Fraser dropping into any sort of fight at the moment, and you can rely on those two being a little bit held up if they have any more sort of a fight. This is going to be close though.
Fraser McConnell round that corner. Listen to how patient he is on the throttle. He has come such a long way. And he has come a long way. He's come all the way from Jamaica to be here in Sweden. We know they'll be watching back there. Markland, Gronholm trying to chase him down. Fraser McConnell goes Joker. Going to try and hold him off. I think he's got enough. Going to pop the curb both sides. He's easily got enough. McConnell slides out into the lead. That's a great drive. Helped a little bit by the guys behind battling, but fantastic.
I think Nicholas has probably got a bit more ultimate pace than Anton Markland. I think Anton Markland was delighted to finish second on Thursday with a slightly older, quite a lot of older specification car. I think had Nicholas got ahead, then Fraser maybe wouldn't have had such a margin. But what a drive from Fraser in really difficult conditions.
Amazing start, hasn't made any mistakes, won't want to make a mistake now at the end of the run. And I think Gronholm potentially just 1 lap too early, ending up in that fight. Could have hung on and still split the strategy against McConnell. McConnell will wait on the throttle. Look at that brilliant drive. Fraser McConnell wins his Q1 race here at Holjes, round 4. Markland and Niklas Gronholm behind him. Job calmly done, and the front, at least, of the Jamaican flag is nice and clean. Picked up some extra sponsorship from Visit Jamaica, Sandals. All those companies are from the Caribbean, and I love what a local effort this is. And with the win last time out in Neeson, it really helped his profile, as it does when Usain Bolt and your Prime Minister both tweet about you. But that's going to help Fraser McConnell, and we really want to see him. Well, he'll complete his season here at Nordic. I want to see him in Nitro Rallycross later on this year. That's where he wants to head, over to the States. And I'd love to see him there, because I'm really impressed with him, Hal. I'm really impressed with him.
Look at the rear wheels lock a little bit. He's already made the apex, and you can tell by the fact the wheel's stopping, he's just locking the rears a little bit. Now he's hooked the curb on the right side just the right amount. You just miss the bollard and don't get a penalty, but get the wheel hooked on enough to pull the car in. Beautifully on the throttle there. He's maximising all of the conditions there because it's so slippery.
That's a perfect Joker lap for me, certainly at the chicane element of it after the entry. The weight transfer in these conditions is really good. OK, can any of these guys beat the time? German, Kristoffersen, Eid, Evgen, Sabo. Brilliant start, Johan Kristoffersen on the outside. Sabo's gone quick as well. The Hyundai's going to move across. Kristoffersen might try and run him deep. Backs off on the brakes, holds the inside line. Will Johan go Joker or not? He doesn't. And I think it's Enzo Eid who's gone Joker immediately. Sabo around. Kristoffersen goes tight on the inside. Finds a bit of extra traction. Sondre Evgen's following them in. German's gone too. Kristoffersen looks slightly quicker to me here. Hal Kristoffersen not in the factory polo, he's in the KMS polo. This is the full-on effort from GRX that Sabo's driving for. Sabo's a little bit deep. Kristoffersen will know, and he goes inside line. Kristoffersen finds the traction. Sabo can't quite come back in. Brilliant move by Johan.
Fantastic. He gave up the first corner, didn't he? Sabo made a brilliant launch from the outside. I think come the final, Johan would have buried the polo into the first corner to try and take back track position. He said on Thursday, didn't he? He needs to start thinking about this championship. He can't afford to risk losing points. But he's so experienced and just knowing where the grip is through the velodrome to get back up the inside of Szabo there.
It was car. You almost knew it was coming, didn't you? And you get, if Christophersen had been in Szabo's car, he'd have been ready to cover it off, and that's just where he has more experience than Christian. Christian, though, is a brilliant driver. Joker lap, Sondra Evjen. This will be to cover Enzo Eid behind. And he does, so Sondra has given himself a bit of space, but now really needs German to go on the next lap, and German might well wait for the final lap. How? Because he's in no man's land. I think Szabo will go Joker on this lap as well, if he wants to try, unless he wants to follow Johan.
Yeah, Johan's not really in a position to Joker at the moment, unless they're desperately trying to cover off Evjen, because, like you said, Philip German's in no man's land, isn't he? I think, whereas Kristoffersen had better pace on lap 1, Szabo's coming back at him now, isn't he? There's nothing to choose between them. Seldom see Kristoffersen get past unless there's a massive pace difference, do you? Because he's so wily.
That is the full-on World Championship spec Hyundai, though, against the KMS Polo. I'm not saying the KMS Polo isn't good. It's very good, but it's not the Volkswagen Motorsport Polo. Neither of them Joker. So Szabo then perfectly happy to follow on from Kristoffersen. Both of them look running blanking across the front of the cars.
That's to keep the mud out of the intercooler, isn't it? Oh, I thought German was going to hit the wall on the outside. Yeah, that's to keep the mud out of the intercooler so the charge temperatures don't get too high and risk losing performance from the engine. Look at Kristoffersen, he's so patient. Szabo's got the rotation done and he's more sideways. Johan's so patient on the throttle, just feeling for the grip. This is another World Championship performance, isn't it, in a car that arguably it shouldn't be in this position against the Hyundai.
So Kristoffersen doing what we know he can do. He's not making any mistakes. I'm really keen to see his pace versus Fraser McConnell from the first race. The track conditions are developing a little bit, but by how much we don't know. Fraser's time was a 3:25.750, bottom of your screen. They both come out. Evjen, look, is closer than I thought he'd be. Evjen's really close to Szabo. Sondra Evjen with a good drive. Early Joker making up time. Enzo Eid was right with Evjen on the previous lap, but has dropped back. So that was a really good lap. They must have been on the radio and said to Sondra, keep it tidy. Kristoffersen has gapped Szabo through the exit of the Joker lap. So Johan Kristoffersen now chasing the time of Fraser McConnell. It's going to be close. I'm not sure he's going to do it. I think McConnell might have this. Up and over the crest, the long left just to go. In the background, off deep, that was Enzo Eid. And he's not going to get the time. So Kristoffersen comes around. It's a great drive to hold off Szabo after a brilliant pass on the first lap. It's a 3:29.
4 seconds slower, nearly 4 seconds slower. That's he definitely didn't lose that much in fighting for the lead in the first few corners, did he?
I think that's showing the class there of Fraser's drive as well. And Johan, I mean, Johan looked tidy, really tidy there. Interesting. All to play for today then. 3:29.1. Fraser McConnell continues to lead this session. Ahead of some of the best drivers in the world. This guy, well, this is the most successful rallycross driver in the world. 24 victories. That is double the number of the man in P2 on that standing, which is Matthias Ekström with 12. Yes, the Polo's a brilliant car, but this guy is a genius in a rallycross car. And how I think we saw that genius with the pass on Szabo on the exit. And again, that's a good Joker, isn't it? Look at that, all four wheels straight. I'll just run it out past the barrier there.
But no better than Fraser's, because Fraser smashed that, didn't he? And we'd expect it from Johan, of course.
Yes, yes. Okay. 2 electric rallycross cars in this. The Stard ERX in slot number 2 and slot number 4. That's Hapamäki and Bakkerud. And they both get absolutely epic starts. Hapamäki with the best start of everybody. Going to look up the inside of Peter Hedström. Oh, a bit deep on the brakes. Drops it in the gravel. Andreas Bakkerud round the outside. Going to go straight to the Joker lap in the Stard ERX. Gets a little bit crossed up. You could see Bakkerud there wasn't wanting to hold onto the slide the whole way through, Hal. He's already said, with the weight in these cars and also the amount of power there is in the rear, just got to drive it in a certain style, which he's getting used to. And the car looking a lot more dialed than it was a year ago when we came here.
It is, yes. Fuchik's going to have a look up the inside of Peter Hedström through the velodrome. Can he get the power down? He can't get the power down on the inside to pull off that move.
He needs to be a gear higher for me there. You could see from the exhaust when he took a gear halfway through that slide. RPM came up too quick and he went backwards. Good effort, though.
It is, yeah. The lack of livery on the front. Bakkerud had a massive slide in the background. We were talking about how much of an exploratory weekend this is for Bakkerud on Thursday in dry conditions, and it's basically relearning all over again, isn't it?
He was nearly exploring the gravel trap there, Hal, wasn't he? I was absolutely amazed and a bit disappointed about turn 1 with Hapamäki. The electric car with the torque coming in so quickly off the line, in the dry, yeah, you go, okay, ace, I'll take that. I think I can beat the supercars. But I wasn't necessarily expecting in the damp conditions them to get away like that. He destroyed them off the line.
I don't think we've seen the best of the starts yet either. We haven't seen enough of them for them to be consistent enough. But like you say, Andrew, brilliant start from him. Really unlucky to get fired off and turned around in the first corner by the slight contact with Hedstrom, and that we see that so often, don't we, when one car runs deep and backwards, getting badly held up here behind Fuchik. Backwards already jokered, remember.
Backward having so much more pace down the hill. You could see him in the break. Fuchik's run really wide. That'll let Backward through. See you later. Backward will have known he was coming, and he's left the braking late because he didn't want to get collected, as he'll have known Fuchik's trajectory. You just get used to that as a driver. You see a car spin in front of you, and I think people sometimes say, well, how did you know which way to go? You know as a general rule whether it's going to come back at you or leave the road on the outside, exit stage left.
Backward using all of his experience to, like you say, but also to run the car through the middle of the corner, which doesn't allow the guy behind to either go outside or inside. You're sort of covering the whole road, even though you've only got the width of a single car. He's closing on Hedstrom. Has he got? Is that just inputs into the steering, or is there something wrong with the front left? No, I think I'm making that up. It looks okay from this angle, doesn't it?
It's okay to make stuff up, mate. That's absolutely fine. Peter Hedstrom down the hill. We always have to have a stab at what we can see from the comms box, from our windows and from our little screen in front of us. 50-inch tellies would be nice. Hedstrom waiting on the throttle. Backward too. Backward yesterday, Hal was saying about how he was overworking the tyres. Now he's going to, let's see what he does with Hedstrom. I think he's close enough. Hedstrom's going to go Joker. Watch for Backward on the inside line. He said the car was I think he's going to easily do this. Look at this.
Hasn't he?
That's really, really well done. Yeah, Hal, he was saying yesterday about the temperature in the tyres, and you just have to be careful because the torque is so high and you can develop so much wheel spin. The weight's a little bit more. You have to manage the tyres. And I wonder if these conditions are maybe better for him.
Yeah, I think you want front left when he goes over the crest. It looks like it's got a lot of positive, a lot of toe in to me. But anyway, yeah, I think the wet conditions will certainly help cool the tyres, won't they? And you're not working the tyre necessarily quite as hard, especially when it's deep gravel and very wet conditions.
Andreas Backward won a heat race on Thursday in dry conditions. Waits for the car to come back to the apex, and in wet conditions he gets one today, and I think that's impressive. Harper-Mackie got the best of the starts, but has dropped a long way down the order. There he is coming through behind Fuchik, and Choo Choo crosses the line P5. But Fraser McConnell has won the session. Absolutely brilliant drive from the Jamaican in terrible conditions. Great drive by Backward too in the electric car. 3:36. So hard for us to know what the track's doing. We'll go and talk to the drivers. With the format of today, me and Hal can actually leave the commentary box and go and talk to some people, because on Thursday, I think we were on air for 8.5 hours. We had about 20 minutes break during the day. I was nearly dead. Yeah, Hal might be right there. Yes, front left does look slightly odd, doesn't it?
Little green light in the washers don't seem to, or maybe you don't just pull the wash a little bit. The little green light in the front of the dashboard there, and you see on the side window, just showing that the car's safe, because the electric cars have warning lights for the marshals and the drivers to know when they're in different states of charge.
Yeah, incredibly high voltage in those cars, and they have to know that it's safe to touch the car if they need to recover it or if they need to climb out the car in the event of a retirement. Wow. Okay, RX2E. We've got our first, what are we calling this? I was calling it a celebrity race yesterday, but Andreas Eriksson has named it the Super Team Challenge, which is fine. And we have got team lineups for you. So they've withdrawn one of the cars, and that's because they need to do some testing mileage with it. It's become quite popular doing some laps in an RX2E, as you can imagine. Lots of drivers want to get their head around the electric cars. But let me give you the team lineups. Team number 1 is Andreas Backerud, Kevin Eriksson and Anton Markland. Team number 2 is Marcus Gronholm. Yes, Marcus. Oliver Eriksson and Kevin Hansen. Team number 3 is Johan Kristoffersen, Timmy Hansen and Sebastian Eriksson. So, I mean, there are no weak teams, not at all. There isn't even a weak link. So I'm really excited to see this.
We were very lucky to be involved in some of the, not the organising, but chatting about how this is going to work yesterday. And yeah, I think you're right, Andrew. There isn't a weak driver among them, and it's going to be absolutely fascinating. Not only are they driving the car, there's 3 drivers per car, but the other drivers who aren't in the car for any one race then have to spot for the driver that's in it. I'm looking forward to this.
I am as well. Our first race, I think we're having a little break. Okay, we're gonna bring the electrical race slightly later on for you. I think they want to get on with the track maintenance and make sure that we can keep up with the schedule, because we've got both Swedish Rallycross and Nordic RX here. But just to let you know, that first grid is going to include Marcus Gronholm, Andreas Backerud and Timmy Hansen. So if you want to see an electric rallycross race with some incredible names in it, you best stick around later on for the action. We'll get it squeezed into one of the other streams for you, I'm sure.
Follow RallyX, smash like and subscribe.
Smash like, subscribe down here. Boom.
Welcome back to Holjes in Sweden. We are here for round 4 of RallyX Nordic 2021. We had round 3 on Thursday. This round is a traditional round spread over 2 days, 2 heats on Saturday, and then we're on 2 heats Sunday with semi-finals and finals. Feels quite mad, actually, how Ridge to have some breaks in between the sessions. Thursday, I think it was 8 hours 50 or something ridiculous without a 10-minute break. We've been out and actually spoken to some people in real life.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? And yeah, people are loving being here, aren't they? Fantastic to be doing a rallycross event, and so much more time to not only chat, but to really understand how the event's going, how the track's evolving, and to try and get faster.
Yeah, certainly we'll be bringing you all the stories from all the people we've been away and chatted to during the break. We've got a fantastic guest lined up for you in the first part of this session as well. But before we do any of that, we're going to take a look back at the first RX2E race, which happened earlier on today. Now, this is a bit of a fun/celebrity, I think Andreas Eriksson called it a super team race. We've got 3 different cars with 3 sets of 3 drivers in them. It was Timmy Hansen at the wheel of the fully decaled red and blue car that you can see at the front of the pack here. And how he just looked super comfortable in that car straight away.
He did, and that's impressive given that he's done... they did a little bit of driving yesterday, didn't they, as a shakedown, but he's done no... Look at the car get sideways there on landing. He's done so little driving this weekend. Of course, he knows this circuit very, very well. There's his brother spotting for the car. Marcus Gronheim's driving behind. And this is a world first. This is the first time these RX2E cars have been used in a racing environment. Yeah,
sure. We've seen them test before. We've actually seen them a few times now. We've seen them at RallyX Nordic events. We saw them at the end of last year at World RX of Spain. We saw it at RallyX Nordic Nissan. It then ran again at RallyX Nordic Nissan just a couple of weeks ago. They've got 4 of them here. One of them's being held back for testing on Monday. And they've been put through their paces by the best drivers in the world. Let me read you the team list, because it's the first team is Andreas Backerud. I've got Eriksson written down, which is a stupid thing to write because there are plenty of Erikssons. So we'll just refer to the other list, shall we? Hold on. Kevin Eriksson. And we've got Anton Markland in the first team. Marcus Gronholm. Yep, Marcus, senior Gronholm. Then Oliver Eriksson, Kevin Hansen. And the last team is Kristoffersson, Timmy Hansen, and Sebastian Eriksson. So these are your standings for Cross Car Junior, which is what we're covering first of all in this next session. You'll be able to see some of the RX2E later on. At the minute, Nilsson leads, having won the first session from Lunderlander. Lauri Hallinen, who was in here yesterday handing out the licorice, is in P3. You can see Lauri in the middle of the grid. No rest for the wicked. Let's get going, shall we? Brilliant start by Hallinen from the centre of the grid, but being edged on the run down to turn 1 by Erik Nilsson on the inside line. Nilsson just puts one wheel on the curb. Hallinen with a little bit of opposite lock and goes standard lap round the outside. Early joke up there and nicely sideways. Track conditions, I'd say improving a little bit, Hal. I'm not keen to commit to that because of the way it changes so much, but there are some dry patches now, definitely a dry line in places, although we have got drizzle outside as we came in the comms box. Yeah, it has drizzled a bit in the gap, hasn't it? Hallinen's having a little luck on the inside. I noticed Hallinen moved over a grid slot as he came off the start line. Little gap lean left on the inside, but it's quite dry now on the outside of the velodrome, so carrying the speed through. Yeah, he moved over a slot off the start line. I don't really think that was intentional. It's a very unique start here where you start on the tarmac, then you move on to the gravel, and that can make the car move around. Hallinen runs very wide over the jump, and that's Lunderlander that's going to go around the outside. Great move. Lots of rev limiter action in this, which we weren't hearing earlier on today because these guys just didn't have the grip for it. Nobody did. Really slippery conditions meant that everyone was kind of feathering the throttle around the course. Lunderlander going joker. Such a dry line developing. You can see it around the top of the first corner, but meanwhile there's spots of water on the lens there looking over the joker lap. Lunderlander comes out of the joker comfortably out of battle there. But look, you can even see that the lighter coloured loose surface where it's no blue groove by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly drier than the darker patches on the outside, and that's really difficult trying to stay in those clean lines. I was just about to say, you're not going to see the alternate lines around the velodrome here in quite the same way now. Look at it, it's really clear, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Look, sideways for Nilsson at the bottom of the hill. A little bit of air as well. We weren't seeing that, Hal, in the previous one because they just weren't carrying enough speed through the previous corner. Yeah, that jump is all about the momentum you carry through the right-hander at the bottom of the hill, and the bottom of the hill is, or that going down the hill, as we know, it requires some kind of major commitment. Alex Gustafsson, the leading driver, having jokered here. Nielsen leading the race from Hallinan, but yeah, Gustafsson in P3. I think Hallinan is definitely going to get eaten up come the strategy playing out. But whether or not Nielsen might be able to hold on out front, we're going to see. We've just been joined by a man who held on thoroughly out front in his session. Fraser McConnell's just joined us in the comments box. Fraser, Jamaica should be awake by now, so you can give them a quick big up, and then you can tell us what on earth went on there. I reckon that was possibly one of the best drives of your life, that last session.
Yeah, big up, guys. Thanks for having me, and big up everybody at home as usual. I know it was a really slippery, tricky race, and I mean, it's still quite slippery out there, but that's the hardest condition to drive in. It's not wet, not dry, but drying up. That's the hardest condition to drive in, because you can drive a little bit too careful and be slow, but if you push over that limit, then you lose seconds.
No, we watched you push it. Okay, joke lap for Nielsen. Let's just take a quick look back at the action as Hallinan slides in too much. Hallinan's backed into the barrier. Two wheels went in on the rear right quarter. Broken suspension for Lowry. Hallinan, I think, might just be the mudguard if he's lucky, but he clattered that barrier pretty hard. And Nielsen in the 34 did get out in front. Tidy job.
That's what I mean about the clean line. Yes, he carried way too much speed into the Joker, but it has broken the rear suspension, as you said, Andrew. But as soon as you get off the cleaner line, it's still so slippery, isn't it, Fraser?
Yeah, that's so. Like I was saying earlier, if you push that extra, 1-2%, trying to be a little quicker, it can bite. The track bites, and once you have the wheel out of that dry line, you're kind of in trouble. So
Nielsen looked like about to get bitten just then, but somehow with a bit of lock and a few revs managed to hold on. Nielsen's going to take this one. Let's take a look and see what the time is. 3:52, and that's compared to 4:01 won the first session. So they're about 10 seconds quicker than they were this morning, which is indicative of the track conditions. Now, Fraser, we watched your joke lap in slow motion. It was a banger, mate. It was really...
It was a proper send.
It was a proper send. The transition was nice. You were nicely on the curbs. Andreas Eriksson's a hard man to please, but even he was quite pleased, which is pretty good praise from Andreas, isn't it?
I know it's hard to get a compliment out of them these days, but I mean, been getting a few recently, and yeah, I can always tell if the times are going to be really close with Andreas spotting. You can hear the emotion and how devoted he is in the spotting. So when I heard he was kind of calm but a little bit still trying to get that extra edge from me, I was like, I need to bang in every 10th I can, because I knew the fast guys were coming up and the track could have been drying up. So I did everything I could, and it seemed to be enough.
It was the perfect drive. It was, from our point of view, it was really good. Through the hairpin at the end here, he had to be so patient. This last corner, which is just outside the commentary box, it looks so greasy.
Yeah, and you have to be so calm in the mid corner, because if you drive a little bit too much, you get understeer, and then if you do a little too hard, you get oversteer, and then a big slide, and then you end up losing seconds. But in that part of the mid corner there, when you're trying to be as patient as you can, it feels so slow. It feels like minutes are passing.
Yes, I mean, you're just waiting.
And you just have to be so mentally strong to know that you're going to be faster in the end. So.
Yeah, well, you were fast. Fraser McConnell winning Q1 of round 4 of RallyX Nordic as we move on to the second race for Crosscar Junior. Anderson, Martin's Ulalami, who's we were berated earlier on for being terrible with the names, and Ulalami's P2 gets a bit of understeer. I thought was going to go Joker there, but didn't. And it's Martins who's gone straight into the Joker lap, but I can see rain on the lens, Hal, and that's going to turn things on its head again, potentially. Yeah,
I was just having a peer out of the window of the studio here. It's suddenly got a lot darker on the screen there, hasn't it? And it's definitely raining outside now. It's not pouring down, but it's just enough to make it a little bit more greasy, and you can just see how they're struggling a little bit more for traction, running wide again, because all of a sudden that clean line that we were talking about in the first race is starting to disappear. The whole, we'll see it now as it comes down. You can still see it a bit, but the track's starting to look the same colour all the way across again.
I think the fact that Rasmus Persson's got the wipers on whilst in the lead is a good indicator. You know, at the minute, everyone's having their wipers. And again, look how dark the tarmac's going through this last corner. Fraser, how quickly is this going to get slippery again?
I was actually going to point out the shiny stuff. It's the dust X kind of coming from the gravel onto the tarmac, and that's like the slipperiest of slippery in my mind. And
it's the slipperiest of the slippery. Yeah, that's like, yeah.
You can, I mean, these juniors are so impressive. It's like such a good baseline for rallycross growing up in Scandinavian countries. These are, I think, 10 to 15 years old, and I mean, their car control looks unbelievable, and it's just such a great foundation for a good rallycross driver.
They're amazing, mate. Now, we know you've been trying to launch something in Jamaica. You've been trying to launch on a
Yardman Racing.
Yardman Racing, which is the coolest name ever for folk race. Yardman Racing.
Yeah.
Obviously, COVID has slowed your plans down somewhat. Would you fancy something like Junior Cross Car out there as well? I mean, there's the passion for motorsport in the Caribbean. You know, I know we're on SportsMax today out there, and they're loving it, aren't they? Rally Barbados, all the stuff in Jamaica. The scene's big.
Yeah, the motorsport culture is huge. I mean, even every single taxi driver thinks they're the best race car driver in the world, and I mean, all the cars are straight piped, and that it gives everyone is tuning into the races both on the RallyX app and SportsMax, and they just love what I'm doing, and they feel like such a part of everything. You know, I bring the Jamaican culture to the forefront in such a European sport, and spreading the love.
Yeah, man, it's good to have you here. We absolutely love it. Person and Ulilami, how did he get away with that? Just touched the barrier with the rear left. And Anderson slots into P3. Big bump. Look at the deflections. He comes up over the curbs. Ulilami doing a nice job. Anderson's wiper is a little bit slow for his liking. Luckily, the screen isn't too dirty. Smooth on the throttle again. We're still hearing some limiter action, so I guess there's a bit of grip out there, but maybe not quite as much as there was down the hill again. Just a handful of locks. So Person coming through the right-hander. Ulilami just behind. Anderson is now up into P3 after the jokers have played out. Target time, bottom left of your screen, 3:52.5. Come on, sideways. Is that too wide on the greasy stuff?
You can see how shiny it is there in the just half a meter out the lines.
Yeah. We've seen people on their lap taking a wider line and carrying momentum through there, but on the final lap keeping it tight. Is that to get to the transponder loop more quickly?
I guess it's guys trying to find out where the grip is, but yeah, I think it's faster to just keep tight and bang it like a regular lap.
Then you have to really wait on the throttle though.
Be as patient as you can, and it eats you up inside, but you have to do it.
Love it.
And so much of that comes with experience, doesn't it? Maybe a year ago when you were driving a supercar here for the first time, you wouldn't have been able to do that.
And then you just go fully sideways.
But as we always say, mate, you get good photos, you know, when you're sending it, but you don't get good lap times, do you? Hal, go on, what you said.
Just watch over the jump here. Because the junior cross cars aren't carrying the same sort of momentum up the hill into this jump, there's like a little, watch the car in the background, so there's a little second skip as the front wheels hit the next bump. You don't see that in any of the other classes, do you?
No, we saw Person almost with a wheelie over the line. Person going to take this one. Look at the difference in time, though, 4:09. Wow, that's gone, that's 18 seconds slower. In just between two races. If you needed any indicator of what a tiny bit of drizzle can do out on the circuit, that's it. Now, Fraz, that kind of not makes you nervous, I guess, but the conditions are ever changing in rallycross anyway. You're in
especially in Holjes.
Yeah, and you'll be in the first race. What do you want to see? Do you want to see full wet? I mean, it's unlikely to be full dry. You just don't want it to change in the supercar heats.
It's tough. I mean, when it's full rain for all of the heats, everyone has the same track. But I mean, like in 2019 last year, 2019 in RX2, the first heat had completely dry, and then Q2 was like pouring rain, and I think me and Ollie were 20-something seconds off the next faster guys, and Holjes can bring all that changing weather to the game, and I'm just looking forward to being in the front, because then you don't have the spray in your windscreen, and that helps a lot.
Starting from slot number 1 on the grid, Fraz will be as he did in the last heat. We are now on to Isaac Hattenmark, Isaac Nordbeck, Maiju Niemi, Josefin Holmqvist missing, and Pontus Oskarsson on the outside. Great start from P2. Isaac Nordbeck has just hooked it up off the line and away. Fraser, we've seen that the starts have really varied across the grid. Earlier on today, we thought the middle slot and slot 5 were good. Then you absolutely killed it from the inside line. When we've been here in the past with the World Championship, we've seen people out there measuring the traction in those grid boxes. Have you guys discussed what's a good draw or a bad draw here?
It's tough to say because it changes so much. The P1 grid when I was there, there's a little water settling on the left side, so I positioned my car as much to the right as I could, but not enough so it's on the white line, because the white line is ice. You don't want to go on that, so kind of moved over way right as I could, and just have to play with the clutch and the throttle and be as least wheel spin as you possibly can, and that's what gives you a good start.
For the viewers watching at home, when you're inside the car, obviously it's only you that controls where the car goes in the grid slot. How hard is it to get right over but not quite put the tyre on that line? Because you sit very low, don't you? So you can't see that much of the front of the car.
You have to just trust the instinct as well, and if I'm not too sure, I have the guys behind me to, be like, all right, Faz, you have a couple of millimeters this way, that way. And big up Andrew Coley's Instagram. But no, the starts, especially in the rain, are so crucial because, like I said earlier, the visibility is, if you can't see, you can't really drive. So I've learned that one the hard way, and it's not so fun.
Look at the rain on that lens now up at the far end of the circuit. There will come a point where the conditions will become consistent again, but we're not at that point now, and I don't think there's any chance. Okay, it's fastest first again, so unfortunately, Hal, this is the total opposite. Last time out, we saw the conditions maybe go in favour of the later runners in some of the classes, but it was so random. And there's a tipping point again, isn't there, where it's going from dry, it goes to that horrible greasy before it's proper dry.
And then it flips.
Yeah, goes the other way.
I mean, you could be in a heat race and lap 1, 2 are a second and a half off the pace of 3 and 4, so it does get to that point where you can never know when it happens, but it flips.
Yeah, there's a big case for wanting it just to absolutely monsoon down with rain, isn't there? So
Proper
you don't have that sort of period where it's changing, where once it's full wet, it's just wet, isn't it? Whereas at the moment it's moving and adapting all the time.
And a little bit of rain now could also be good because then it would clean off all the grease and the dirt on the tarmac. And the dirt would be the same, but you'd have better tarmac conditions. And you always have to be reading those lines and just trust your instincts on what you feel the grip is.
How's this learning process been for you, Fraser? Say, I first, it was myself and Bucky Lasek, wasn't it, watching you in ARX, what was that, 2018? Full send, mate. Listen, we're watching a guy at the minute in lights called Kasper Janssen, who really reminds us of you. He was full send ever in Denmark, never made it through even, I think, it was at the back of the semi-finals. And we were like, look, if he tidies up like Fraser tidied up, he's going to kill it. He's absolutely smashing it here. But that learning process, it's like a wall, isn't it? It's a super steep curve.
Yeah, and I mean, no one likes to lose. And when you're going sideways in the lights, or any car for that matter, you can't win. And then you just get that. It's such a terrible feeling to you trying your best and you're so far off the pace. It's like, man, what am I doing here? And then so you have to really take a step back and open your mind and accept your problems. And then look at them with an open mind and say, okay, I can do this so much better.
And did you solve most of those, do you think, in the lights cars, in ARX2 or...
Lights. In RX2, the field is so tough in RX2 when I was there in 2019. And, I mean, you go into a free practice and you come out feeling great, banging a lap, and then you're ninth. But from ninth to first is 3/10.
Yeah.
And that really develops my driving a lot, and over on ARX2 as well. And the lights is the best platform, I think, for developing into four-wheel drive turbo cars,
and that's where you've moved on to. I know you want to win the RallyX Nordic title this year, as we see very close indeed. Hatt and Mar almost running into the back. These guys have been running so close together. I think going to have to give best here. I think it's Norbeck all sideways in the last corner, super close and just a bit too keen, and that's a good example of it. So Fraser, you're hoping later on this year, I know, to be stateside and do Nitro Rallycross.
Yeah, I know it's all dependent on the budget. We have working really hard right now to get the budget for Nitro, as well as focus on making the guys in Nordic happy. So we have quite a few people on board now for Nordic, which is really cool. We have Sandals Hotels. The Jamaica Tourist Board is also on board, so I'm on the official ambassador now for Jamaica, which is really awesome.
Mate, it's incredible. It's thoroughly deserved as well. I remember the first time you came here, I believe they had to dig out a Jamaican flag, didn't they? Yeah. They were like, well, where do we get a Jamaican flag?
Went to the first event and there was no Jamaican flag. I was like, what the hell, guys? Come on.
You got it. Hal and Mick were joking that you probably take a big box of Jamaican flags with you now. So
I have at least 2 with me everywhere.
Brilliant. Love it. Love it. Isaac Norbeck, 4:14.4, which wasn't terrible. I think it's about 4 seconds off the pace of the previous race. So it was the first race was so much faster. It was Nielsen taking this session by a whopping 17 seconds, thanks to the weather changing. Not sure what it's going to do as we move on from Crosscar Junior. Fraz, you can stick around as long as you want to, but we also appreciate at some point you'll have to go and be a rallycross driver.
I love this car.
Do you? The open class?
Yeah, man.
Is this what? Is this where
the E30 there with the rotary?
Yeah, Simon
it's like
Tigers.
Money in the airs.
Yeah. Oh man, I really wish I was Jamaican. It's just there's a turn of phrase, isn't there? You know, there is a turn of phrase. So Tiger lost the session last time out to Janssen. Only the second time he's lost a session, and Janssen's got a brilliant start. This is what we saw, Helen Neeson. Simon Tiger trying to go around the outside. All 530 horsepower. Oh, it's not going to stick, is it? Has to drop in behind. Gives Janssen a little push on the run into turn one. I'm here, and you're not going to have an easy time of it. But Janssen's got the start, and this is the wet conditions seem to be suiting him.
Janssen did everything right there, didn't he? He hooked the curb on the inside going into the first corner, then ran deep. Even though Tiger had come back at him into the first corner, there was just nowhere to go. And now he's where he needs to be out front. Tiger, he's brilliant when he's out front on his own, and we haven't really seen him have to fight his way through any traffic because, to be fair, the races haven't been that busy and there's been quite a gap between the pace at the front and the back. But now it gets interesting.
Yeah, it definitely does. It looks interesting anyway in these cars just for the grip levels out there. It's so slippery. Inside line going to cover off Simon Tiger trying to look there. Got to wait. Let's listen to the throttle. Listen to this. So Tiger much more patient on the throttle, got good traction, going to look up the inside of Janssen, perfect demonstration. Oh, goes wide, just holds on. I thought Simon Tiger had got him, there's going to go Joker. Oh yes, and Janssen covers him off.
Brilliant tactics.
Brilliant. So Janssen, I reckon, saw Tiger going. He's forced him basically to Joker behind him. I'm sure Janssen was going standard lap. How that is great use of his mirrors if that's the case.
Janssen couldn't have done it better.
No. He had already started turning in for turn two, hadn't he? Had a glance across, realised that Tiger was going, and the conditions being... OK, the cars are that bit slower than a supercar anyway, but the conditions slow things down a bit more again. It's almost like driving a little bit in slow motion, so you can make those sort of reactions.
Tiger's going to lose a place to Bertelsen here if he's not careful. Just about gets some grip as they go onto the gravel section.
I think Bertelsen may have just at least come very close to the wall. Bertelsen's been really good in the wet as well today. This is mixing things up so much, isn't it?
I think what Hal says there is really key, actually. If you think about the entry speed normally into turn two and into the Joker, Fraz, you maybe wouldn't have been able to make that last-minute decision, but with it all being a bit slower, he's had the chance to look. He probably knows Simon Tiger's quicker over a lap, but mugged him. He's made him follow him into the Joker.
I remember, I think it's like 530 horsepower in that thing or something, and rear-wheel drive turbo that's going to be a tough machine to keep straight in a wet track, especially in Holjes. So
is this where we're going to see Yardman racing heading in the future? Like we're going to go for some...
That's the goal, at least.
Yeah?
I mean, probably not... This is probably a little expensive for the guys back home, but, you know, start small and build our way up, and just good competition is what I'm after, and that's the easiest when it's cheap.
We're going to... Yeah, exactly. We're going to see the flip-flop camera. Here you go. Awesome down the hill. Just absolutely love how close they come into the arm coat. Janssen's done a great job here. Still got another lap to go. But if anything, has gapped Simon Tiger a bit more.
Look how patient he is.
Yeah. I wonder if Tiger might be... Bertelsen, to me, maybe not. I thought Bertelsen was closing down as they came through there.
Well, it will have only started raining properly again once they were already in pre-grid, won't it? So you never know whether... Yes, they're all using wets on the front, but... You know, in the Super National Championships, often people run wet tyres on the front anyway, just to try and generate a bit of heat into the front tyres to help with turn-in. And maybe you would run dries on the rear. I don't know, we can't really see because of the bodywork, but they're certainly running wets on both front axles on the leading two cars. But you never know if Tiger's gone for dries on the rear, hoping that the track was continuing to dry, then it's rained again, and that leaves you in a world of trouble.
There's nothing you do to change it. We saw yesterday's Swedish national racing. Swedes are here again today. I'm wondering, Janssen's surely not doing both today, is he?
I was just wondering that on the previous lap, actually.
Yeah, he did Swedish yesterday. He did Nordic on Thursday. So has he chosen only to do Nordic today, or is he like being super hardcore and doing both Swedish and Nordic in the same day?
Based on his enthusiasm yesterday, I reckon he's doing both.
Oh, I love that idea.
I definitely saw a car that looked like him on the start line yesterday.
Yeah, he was out yesterday, definitely. But could he be double running today,
He just loves it.
Yeah, man, he can't.
He must have really love it.
He just can't keep away. Can't do enough laps.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for having me. We need to do this again. I'm going to go get ready.
You're more than welcome anytime you like. Fraser McConnell is off. He's going to have to come back later because I need to know about Uncle Sal. I still don't quite know what that is on the back of the car. We'll find out. Hal, this was a moment of genius from Janssen. It actually reminds me of the tactics. Was it Hoonigan with Baccarat and the Focus forcing Solberg into the Joker?
Yeah, in Norway in Ford Focus RS-RX. That was a David Mansfield instigated trick, and it was an absolute moment of genius. Petter was not happy about that.
No, but it was perfect.
Absolute genius. This isn't quite the same thing because it's not so unexpected. But just have the composure to do it. We didn't quite see it in that replay.
I think the thing is, these guys won't. the thing in Norway was that I think Andreas Bakker at the time felt that if Solberg beat him off the line in the Volkswagen Polo, that he would not be able to beat him in the race. But because Bakker had the inside line, he forced Solberg, didn't he, from that inside line to go Joker on lap 1. It was just a brilliant tactical move. Then you just got to keep the door shut. So yeah, here this was a little bit more reactive. I'd say Andreas, it was probably much more premeditated, wasn't it? Something that had been discussed. Another brilliant start off the line there with the traction of the Porsche 911. That's Lars England. But we think this car looks better in the wet, Hal, than in the dry.
Yeah,
which is mad, really.
I'm still a bit baffled by it.
So am I, to be
didn't
honest.
actually have time to go and speak to him in the gap, although I would have wanted to. Just to retouch on that Norway thing that Bakker pulled off, I actually wrote about some of the best moments in World RX history. It was England gets all out of shape in the Porsche coming over that crest, which is actually pretty big before the velodrome. Yeah, the Bakker Norway thing, I think that was one of the highlights of the entire World Championship from when it started in 2014. You know, just really using the rules and the scenario to your advantage without doing anything untoward.
No, but you can still understand why Petter would have been livid.
Of course, I would have been livid as well.
You've been out-tacticked, basically, and that's just not what you want. If he'd known, of course, he'd have checked up, wouldn't he, and gone standard lap, because Bakker would have committed to it early, but that's the beauty of them not knowing.
And I know people don't like a first corner joker, and I can see why, but in that scenario, it just brought the race alive, didn't it? It was absolutely fantastic. And it also gives the value to the spotter, you know, or not just the spotter, but the tactician as well, and then the spotter to relay the information in really short notice. It's almost like a NASCAR scenario when they're saying cover outside.
Yeah, go high, go low, yeah, sure, you're clear. And we know spotters use that as well. You're clear as in shut the door to the inside line. I suppose one of the best things about Rallycross really and the variety of tracks is that, okay, yeah, maybe a first corner joker isn't great. I definitely wouldn't want one everywhere, put it that way. Definitely not. But I love the variety.
Me too.
And it makes the spotters work. You look at Estering, it's uphill, and then, you know, you've got the run to the finish line, and so nobody wants to joker. Is it on the last lap? I think everybody wants to joker by lap 3 because it's to do with tenths on lap time. And once you get into the details of it, I actually think it's probably the most stressful job in the paddock, being a spotter.
I could talk all day about they're carrying a lot more speed into the entry of the last corner now, aren't they? So the wet, I think, is doing what Fraser said in cleaning the track. But yeah, I could talk all day about spotters and the merits of a good and bad spotter. I spoke in Nice about when I raced a supercar in the British Rallycross Championship at the end of last year, and I was lucky enough to have David Mansfield, Andreas Bakkerud's former spotter, spotting for me in the semi-final, and you know, my dream for the weekend was to make the final in quite a competitive field, and hand on heart, I wouldn't have done that without someone as good as he was on the radio. I had both Tony Bardi and David Mansfield spotting for me across the course of the weekend, and they both did amazing things to help me improve on my driving and to help me drive the car like I did. I think you just cannot underestimate how...
England makes a mistake and loses the position. Sorry, Hal, to interrupt. And then, back again. Person over the gravel trap, almost a whoop section.
Oh, no, it's damaged.
England's dropped... I don't even know what that is. Is it the whole rear quarter? No, it's half the rear bumper. England now puts on a drifting show towards the finish line. There's still a lap to go. Wind it in.
And no quality of spotter could have done anything about it, because it's so slippery that you've just got to let them drive and see what they can do.
But then it's kind of like a co-driver, isn't it? We were joking earlier at Marcus Gronholm. You know, Marcus likes lots of questions about what needs to be done, because basically he's always had a co-driver with him to tell him what's got to happen. And I think spotters do that same thing. They remove some of the stress from the driver, take away some of the decision-making and the tactical side of things, and go, right, let's look at the laptop. You're doing this wrong. You're doing that wrong. Tidy that up. This is the joker tactic. Let's go.
You have to be so trusting of the person that's spotting for you. Know, for example, at Lidenhill again, you know, David was calling 4 car lengths, 5 car lengths. I wasn't even looking in the mirror. You just have to trust that they're telling you the correct information.
Down the bottom of the hill, England seems to struggle. Yeah, and it's that weight transfer from the quick left into the right. Got to just keep the door shut now. Person going to have a look all the way around the outside. England, wait on that throttle. Don't go too early. That's better. And England takes the checkered flag. Well, it's a good race between those two. That's open two-wheel drive done. I don't think they're troubling the times, are they, of the previous run?
I was having a few issues with the timing screen before this race, so it all went a bit blank on me. I'll blame the rain. So I don't know what the time is.
My brain it very often goes a bit blank on me, so that we can understand the timing screen occasionally letting us down. That's fine.
Oh, it's okay. I've still got the previous race on my timing screen. I don't have the current race, so yeah, it was much slower.
There we go. England with another mistake over the crest there. That's I think that's up at Velodrome, is it? Yeah, it is, turning into the Velodrome at the far end. The crest dip there is really marked. The one that's in the background of that shot, it is really marked. This place is a proper little roller coaster. Okay, cross car. Quick drivers up first. Although, cross car for me, and probably because it's the longest session, so we've got 15, 19, we've got 23 cross cars. This is how they stand look. Trotterud taking the session, first session win of the year. Mayat, the factory driver from France, up into P2. Aronen, Osterberg, Hallberg, Radstrom, Räikkönen, Anderson, Riesen down in 9th. Eganson down in 10th. Eganson won yesterday. So there's all sorts of drama for these guys. And I think, Hal, it's because the session is about 20, 25 minutes long, what with the brakes and everything. And so the track has the longest time to develop, not just because the car's running over it, but because of things like the ambient temperature, the wind, everything drying out. David Matt with a great start, going to shut the door surely. Oh, in the background, Jimmy Osterberg trying to find a way through, but it's completely boxed in on the inside. Oh, it's Mayat, Hallberg, Osterberg stalls up and has lost time there, definitely. Having a look on the inside, Hallberg trying to find his way past Mayat. Contact on the curb on the inside line. Going to flip the car back the other way. Hallberg using all of the curbs. Osterberg now all over them. Osterberg surely going to look up the inside. Here he does. Osterberg trying for a two-pass. Gets both of them in one turn. Runs the car deep on the outside line. Oh, brilliant. Mayat's run wide and Osterberg's got them both.
What an opportunistic move that was from Osterberg. Fantastic stuff there. Mietz in the background fending off Hallberg still. Remember, Hallberg double jokered in the last one and still produced a brilliant drive. He's run wide now and
Hallberg's car looks great in the wet. It looks really capable. I say Mietz is the factory driver for France for Planet Kart Cross, which is this car which Rainis Nittis is running as well. Rainis really pleased to beat him yesterday. Because, you know, he's kind of the benchmark. He's been down in Spain winning a 90-field cross-car championship, 90-car cross-car championship, and basically has come here and said this is the most competitive cross-car championship in the world, which is awesome for us.
Hallberg's gone joker and he's
covered him.
Yes, he's just going to get back out in front, so that's exactly what he needed to do. Now he can get his head down and try and catch Osterberg and Miat up front. Miat's actually running a 600cc engine rather than the 750 here as well, but these conditions will really play to that, won't they?
Yeah.
Because you can't use all the 750cc's necessarily.
Look at the line around the outside by Aronen, hanging it out, going high the whole way around the banking. More banked corners in Rallycross. Up to the jump comes Osterberg. Osterberg got completely boxed in at the start. Hallberg down in the bottom of the dip in the background. He's using the gravel trap as part of the track. I'm so impressed by Osterberg, Hal. He came out basically last of the drivers on the standard lap and then passed two people in that one corner to put himself in the pound seat for a win.
One of the most experienced drivers in the field, isn't he? And he's gone joker now, followed by Miat with 2 laps to go.
Watch out then on the inside. This is to cover off Hallberg, and he's covering him off easily. Mayat maybe won't be quite so easy. He's going to shut the door.
Osterberg actually pulled the gap through the joke. He carried so much mid-corner speed through the second apex on that right-hander. That was really impressive.
Hallberg and Osterberg. Look at Hallberg going out round the outside. Look at this. A little dip, left foot on the brake, chucks it in. Mayat going on the tight line on the inside. Both those lines work.
It's definitely wetter now, isn't it? I'm looking out the window. I can't. It is drizzling, but not pouring down. But look how much spray there is now. And that must be really, it must be getting soaked.
Oh no, we spoke to Katie Munnings about her first experience at cross car. Apparently she went up the back straight and Timmy Hansen said to her dad who was watching, yeah, there's a lot of standing water up there, which they hadn't warned Katie about. She went straight into it and she said it was like a theme park ride. Basically, she was soaked absolutely to the skin on her outlap in a cross car. It's like, welcome to cross car. This is what it's like in the wet.
Changed down about 3 gears to get all the way through the puddle.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Mayat holding off Hallberg. Oh, flames from the back of Treuterud's car. Meanwhile, out front, Osterberg has gapped them. The one good thing about this is I think this is wet enough now that the next 2 or 3 races are going to be similar. Hallberg trying to find a way past Mayat. Don't go alongside the inside of the curve there. Just pulls it back onto the track. Does make me nervous when they go on the inside line off there. Hallberg catches the slide on the run down the hill. Mayat's held him off nicely. Osterberg, though, listen to Osterberg through the last corner. Wait. Light it up, checkered flag. Brilliant drive. 3:38, I think it was. That was a brilliant drive by Osterberg. You can see the buggy's not too dirty, which is a good indicator. Yes, fist pump from him. Here's the time, 3:38.735, and that for me is the drive of the day so far in cross-car, just for conditions and then making that move, Hal, a really decisive move.
Interestingly, his time was only a second. His time was a second quicker than the time he set in the previous run, which wasn't far away from the fastest time, which just shows exactly what Fraser McConnell was saying. And this is what I was talking about, how him absolutely nailing that second apex and carrying the mid-corner speed through the Joker lap. Doesn't get anywhere near the barrier on the outside, but doesn't need to. Yeah, Fraser was saying how the wetter track could actually be quicker, and that's shown there.
Great drive, Osterberg, recovering from a not good start. Osterberg was P6 yesterday after a good qualifying, was P3 in qualifying, ended up P6 in the final. Okay, this one, Radström, Räikkönen, Anderson, Rierson and Eganson. Watch for Rierson if you can get away, because Rierson's been spectacular all weekend. And Rierson does get away well. He's not going to have it all his own way, though. Can't quite shut the door yet. Can he? Does. He moves all the way across from outside to inside. Trying to go all the way around the outside of him, sideways. Rierson goes standard lap. I think it's Radström's gone Joker with Anderson. So, yeah, Rierson leads. Brave, I think. Not stupid. Certainly shut the door gently enough.
He made a brilliant start in the last one, didn't he? But he didn't manage to hold the lead through the whole first lap. We missed the move, actually, because we were looking back here in the velodrome. And has the same thing happened again? No, it hasn't. So he's carrying the lead still down the hill towards the fastest corner on the circuit. You've got to be so brave here in a cross car in the dry, never mind in the wet. Rierson's team were a little bit disappointed, as he was, that it hadn't quite gone their way. Nilsson is, it's Eganson, isn't it, in the car control machine in second, hassling Rierson. Yeah, the EKS JC team weren't particularly happy with the feeling of how it was going, but you know, that shows the level they're at, that he's still banging in the lap times, and they just know they can find a little bit more.
Eganson was yesterday's winner in very different conditions. Well, yesterday, I keep saying yesterday, Thursday. We had a
what day is it, mate?
I've no idea, mate, to be honest. Absolutely no idea at all. It's all became somewhat irrelevant this last year. I think what day it is. I'll tell you what it is. It's race day, Hal.
That means it's a very good day.
It's a very good day. It's a very good day. You seen the weather for tomorrow? Let's be British for a minute.
Well, I can't repeat how Marcus Gronholm described the weather forecast to me when I saw him yesterday evening, but basically it's going to dry up tomorrow, and today wasn't going to be very nice.
Okay, so is it safe to say Marcus Gronholm won't be hired to do the weather forecast on the television?
If he was, it'd be hilarious, but yeah, I think there'd be some complaints.
only awards from me. If Marcus Gronholm was doing the weather, I would very much enjoy that. If you've ever seen his comments about the Peugeot 307 WRC car, I'm sure you can imagine his thoughts on the weather, Hal.
Well, do you remember the time he was driving the 307 as Eganson goes into the Joker?
He's going to lose a place here to Räikkönen, and Räikkönen has a Joker, though, trying to cover off Radström, I think. So maybe Radström and Anderson were going quicker, Hal, at the back of the pack. So Räikkönen's going to get eaten up, isn't it? How far ahead was Rierson? Not far. Not far. Oh, okay, Anderson going high. Watch this. Anderson goes really high. He's going to stay high the whole way round the outside, but can't quite gain enough time on Radström.
Brilliant car positioning from Radström, because you know, if you go tight on the entry to try and cover off the inside, I think he's got that. If you go tight on the inside and then you inevitably run wide, and that's where you allow the undercut to happen. But he positioned the buggy in the middle of the circuit, so you can cover off both eventualities. That was great from him. Yeah, the Marcus reference about the weather was Rierson's gone into the Joker.
Watch for Rierson now then. Räikkönen's going to go in behind. This is all about Eganson. Eganson on the standard lap. I think there's going to be enough time here to close the door. Good driving by Rierson. Rierson must have done a tidy couple of laps there, Hal.
And a good call from the spotter as well. I think they told him it was going to be close, because you saw the attitude of the car. It wasn't going to be too close. I think you've got a margin, but it's going to be a bit tight. Cover the inside. And so he came straight across the left, didn't he? Now it's about defending out of here. And he's got a couple of car lengths, so that's not too bad.
I thought Eganson might try the around the outside move there. Räikkönen's gone really wide side by side between Radström and Anderson. Anderson has to give best. You can see the different lines up there, but in the end, Rierson holding off Eganson. Eganson with a little wheelie over the crest. Okay, time to beat was a 3:39.7. They're not going to do that. 3:38.7, sorry. 3:42.4.
I'm surprised it's that much slower, to be honest.
Didn't look terrible, did it? But again, it's so hard for us. If Fraser is telling you how hard it is to read the track conditions here and that it varies at Holjes the most, which I would tend to agree with.
Yeah, then I don't stand a chance.
No, we're especially not standing in a lovely dry commentary box, do we, rather?
I'm a bit too warm, to be honest.
So it is hot in here, isn't it? It is.
I love how much camber gain there is when they're on full droop over the jump like that. I really enjoy seeing the physics of a car in this way. I just think you learn so much. You watch him clip the curve now, so much deflection in the wheel. You can see the angle of the steering as he's correcting the car going to its side.
Well, these
lovely rotation into the Joker.
Brilliant, just backing it in. I often use look at that through.
More effective than his wiper.
Yeah, fairly slow, isn't it, the wiper? Luckily, he's not. But yeah, if you ever want to explain to somebody how a car works, you want to grab a cross car or even a radio control car where all the elements like this are exposed on the outside, and you can point out and go, right, that's the spring, it holds the car up. That's the damper, it stops the spring bouncing. These are the suspension arms. And straight away, people go, okay, I get it, because you can see it. And of course, on a car, it's all hidden away. And for us, from a commentary point of view, it's great to see all those inputs.
I was talking to, just before this race gets started, I was talking to Rainis Nittis yesterday, and he was saying that they'd got his new cross car for this weekend from the factory, and it had the base factory settings. He drove it in first practice and didn't think it was very good, so he went to the setup that he had in Denmark, and his guys were up till 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning or something, changing. And it's amazing that there's not that much to them, but they're just, you know, the incremental changes they make to the geometry.
Here, yeah, a little thing. He also said to me that he'd spoken to David Mayat, the factory driver from France, and said, right, this is the list of things you should do when you're coming to race in Nordic. And he said the car arrived and they hadn't done it. And so, yeah, basically, after free practice, I think they were something like P18, and they went and did all the things that Rainis had done to his car.
So Rainis was pleased about that?
Yeah, yeah. Well, like I say, he was pleased to match.
It was right. I think you're pleased that you've said you need to do this. Someone hasn't followed it going their own way, and then realised that maybe you're doing the right thing. Gives you good confidence that you are on the right track.
And the fact that Mayat is such a highly rated factory driver, so you know, at the very height of the sort of the Spanish and French scene in cross car, your man's been out with a rake.
Potato patch.
Just exactly. Just doing a bit of gardening in between sessions. Rainis Nittis on the inside from Andre Bendixen, Andreas Persson, Eric Anderson, Riku Hukar. It's Andreas Persson that is missing. Fairly low RPM compared to what you see. Normally, Rainis has got an absolute rocket of a start. Absolutely bang on the money that was with the RPM. He's 5-6 kart lengths in front as they go into the first corner. Now going to try and hold off, and he gets a little bit of contact from behind. I wonder whether or not that's going to damage the car of Anderson. And Anderson's run too wide with that contact, and now Bendixen up the inside. So Bendixen went into the Joker second there. Helen came out in front.
Yeah, Anderson just got so much understeer on the way in, didn't he, after that contact with Rainis? It would have picked the front wheels off the ground a little bit. By the time they come down, you apply the lock, you just can't do anything about it.
Can't steer when you're in the air, can you?
No, they don't do a lot, do they?
The front end, no. Now looking to the inside line, Bendixen goes high, Anderson goes low. Bendixen needs to know he's there. He does know he's there just about.
Makes me very nervous when they go side by side.
Oh, and he's dropped into the bottom of the hill. Big spin
and
all
a
the way
brilliant
round.
save.
Yeah, styles that right out. That gets style points of the day, doesn't it? That's like a full-on 6, isn't it? An ice skating, a move like that.
It's almost like ice skating out there, isn't it? It's pretty slippery.
It certainly is. Nittis continues to lead and has got a decent gap over Hukar. I think the grid here, with respect to the various different drivers, you know, I'd maybe expect to see Anderson and Nittis in this one, maybe not so much Hukar and Bendixen at this stage. They're all great drivers, but it's another indicator that last session was very much up and down in terms of pace, and Hukar's doing a great job here going with Rainis.
I don't know if we've seen the best from Hukar yet, have we? Because he is, as you would say, super sendy. And maybe
Sandy
McSanderson. But maybe we haven't seen the ultimate lap time from him. Again, he's run wide there. Needs to be a little bit more patient. Missed the apex on the right-hander, but he's got it all straightened out ahead of the jump. But that'll come.
Sometimes I think you're just quite relieved to get to the end of a cross-car race, particularly in these conditions.
Yeah, I always felt like if a race was going very, very well, it ended too soon. And if it was hard work, even in rallycross, you go another lap. You'd only done 3, but
it's like you're surely I've done 4 laps already. I can't have only done 3. Please wave the checkered flag. Sometimes, though, as well, even when it's going well, you're waiting for it to finish, aren't you? Because it's like, this is going so well, I don't want anything bad to happen. Bring the flag out.
Depends, doesn't it? If you're really in the rhythm, and that's how I feel like Ryerson is driving, you know, he looks like he's just enjoying driving so much. You just want to keep going, don't you? You want to get back in the car again tomorrow. Or, I mean, you know, immediately, as soon as the event ends, you want to get straight back in it. But
I normally want to get straight back in the car the second I've got out of the car.
Not necessarily in these conditions, because they're really frustrating, aren't they?
Yeah. Although this would be a great time to pick up your skills in terms of your pace and the patience and things. Look at Nitish again. Look at that, straight into the car. He's so patient again, Hal, but that's the level he's come from. I had a chat with him just before this session, and he was saying that he was, to be fair, he said he was tired of constantly trying to chase the budget to do supercar. And you know, he's enjoying this. He's the importer for this. He's working with his dad's company, as he always was, alongside being a semi-professional racing driver, and he's loving it.
Yeah, and I can see there's massive merit to doing that, isn't it? Hukar's done a pretty good job here to cover off Bendixson, who hasn't been slow and seems to be going pretty well today. We've missed that, haven't we? But it looked like Bendixson was going for a lunge up the inside.
Did you notice that Nitish has closed off the side pods on the car? The silver branding you can see over his Kaspersky. Kaspersky is one of his sponsors, and he's just put, do you see on the side pods, they've closed it off. Not sure what it is, but he spoke to us about aerodynamics prior to this and said it was something they were working on. Was the aero for the car as Bendixson. Oh, in the background, Anderson nearly had another spin. Bendixson's mud flap hanging off the car, maybe from a little tap on the wall there. Pretty hectic for the guys behind. Nitish out front has done a 340.3, which is quicker than the second race, but not as quick as Osterberg.
That's pretty handy, though, isn't it? And I think where he's struggling a little bit, we know he's been on the dyno and trying to extract more power, but
they've got more. He said, I asked him that. I said, did you get more or not? He sent us a video, didn't he, of it on the rolling road the day they got back from Denmark, revving to a very high level, let's say.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot. Yes. How many revs? A lot. So Nitish here, have a look, and you can see the screen that Hal mentioned earlier. He's wearing the motocross goggles with the scrolling system in them to keep it clean, but that type of screen means you can always see where you're going. Left and right hand side of the car, you can see he's got the pods slightly closed off compared to normal. Tape over the catches that hold those on. Look at the water pouring out of the mud flaps. The exhaust is glowing. That's why you need to occasionally do rallycross in the dark, by the way. If you're wondering, stuff glows all the while in rallycross. Turbos, exhaust, brakes. Right. Larpety, Crepo, Baldins and Svard. Svard on the outside of the jump start last time. Won't want to repeat that. Doesn't. Baldins has been going really well, but has to dip the clutch off the line. Larpety, meanwhile, has got it all hooked up. And smoothly into the first corner. Larpety going to go standard lap. Is Svard going to go Joker? Yes, and change his mind at the last minute, and that's really mugged Baldins, who was going to go in there earlier. Hallen has lost all the momentum on the way into the Joker lap.
We've seen so many really good starts from the pole position, haven't we? And I think it'll be interesting to see how that goes in Supercar Lights and Supercar later on as well.
It can be to do with the camber of the road, can't it, sometimes, as to how that grid slot drains when it's properly raining.
Yeah, and how much rubber's been laid down over the course of the weekend. Like, I know we've said variable a lot, haven't we? But you know, there's so many factors involved. It's so twitchy there from Larpety's car under braking into the right-hander at the bottom of the hill.
Svard has got that lit as well, like super sideways at the bottom of the hill. Look at this. You just know that if you brake 1 metre too late, it's magnified, isn't it? Any mistake in the wet is magnified. 1 metre too late, and it's taxi to the apex, big time.
And that's why it's so critical to be patient, isn't it? And I was talking to, we can talk about it in the lights, but I was talking to Tommy Holman in between these two races, and he was saying that sometimes you just need to be a little bit more careful. It's like touching the brake a little bit first before you really get into the brakes, just feeling the grip all the time.
But it's also about telling the car what you want it to, isn't it? I remember, who's the guy that teaches the F1 drivers the tarmac stuff on an airfield in a Vauxhall Astra? Rob somebody. But he's been renowned for doing it for donkey's years.
It'll come to me in a minute. Yeah, Crepu runs wide on the apex of the velodrome. That's actually the car that Rainers Nitish drove last time out, and it's exactly the same setup they're using this weekend. Can't quite get it done round the outside. Svard's through into second.
Rob Wilson.
Rob Wilson, yes, correct.
Thanks, Chip Pankow. Extra help in the commentary box today. Yeah, Rob was saying, I listened to a podcast with him recently, he said about communicating to the car before you tell it what you want it to do, and then you tell it what to do. Loading it up, really.
Oh, and a spin for the leader. Larpety goes round on the exit of the first corner. Sorry to interrupt, Andrew, but he's managed to save it. That was a better save than we saw from
Anderson in the
previous one, but he's not going to take the win.
And now he's flustered in the Joker lap.
What if he's got a problem?
Or, yeah, no, is it a puncture? Could it be? No. I think it's just full fluster mode, Hal. That'll be so frustrating from the front to the back with the spin. And then the fact it was almost, you think he could maybe have gone standard lap there and joke it on the last lap, and at least you would have held up a couple of the cars behind you, but I think he'd still have lost out.
If you've survived a spin going through the first corner at Holjes, I think you just go for the bit of track you're pointing at, don't you? It's quite difficult to be composed at that stage.
You're just as long as you're still on a piece of track and facing the right direction. It's like the classic rally driver's problem, isn't it? If we've spun, are we even facing the right way up the road? So Svard goes on to the final lap.
Another Marcus Gronholm great quote. Which way do we go? As asking the spectators.
Baldin's there. I thought Baldin's was, for a second I thought it was a fist pump, but it's not, Hal. He reached up and pulled.
He did it on the last lap as well. Yeah. I thought it was a fist pump last time around. He's just pulling the toggle on the goggles.
Or he's just stoked the whole time, and every time he crosses the finish line, he just has a little fist pump for making it round another lap.
If I was racing a cross car at Holjes, I'd be the same, I'm sure.
So would I, yeah.
Along with hanging on for dear life, of course.
Oh, that's cool, isn't it? Look at the inputs again. So Svard, who had that tricky jump start last time out, and that's made up for it this time. Baldin's in P2. Baldin's had a rubbish start to this race and has managed to come back. Look at the inputs again. Although there are lots of them, they're they're very smooth and measured. Very smooth and measured. Not going to trouble those top times just, but it's not far off. 3:43. So again, we're seeing the closest times across the field of cross car because the conditions changing.
I think it would have been much closer then, wouldn't it, if Lapperty hadn't dropped it on with 2 laps to go.
True, Lapperty could potentially have challenged the time of Osterberg with the run he was on. Unfortunately, he ends up a long way back. But the minute Osterberg's 3:38.7 still stands, we've got a 3:42, a 3:40 and a 3:43. So every one of these races, the winner has been within 4 seconds of everybody else out on track. You can see the dampers, look, with the socks on the front and on the rear as well. They've protected the canisters, look, tape them up. This is the spin. So that was into the crest in turn 1, and he's just come. That's such a tricky place, Hal, because it's really committed. If you come in there and you're backing it in like he was, he did do well, didn't he?
Looking out of the side window as to where the buggy was going to end up. He had loads of time to decide where he was going to go.
Yeah, good to think about it. Down the gears. I was talking yesterday with Ollie Eriksson and Fraser McConnell about the Hans devices and what type of tethers they were using. So I think Ollie's using fixed tether, whereas Fraser uses a sliding tether, which allows you to look out the side windows a little bit more. But Ollie might have been carrying somebody else's hands at the time, not sure, but it makes a big difference, doesn't it, Hal?
It does, yeah. Great start again from the pole position. That's Goodison on the inside, isn't it? Yeah, that's a speed car, isn't it? And I wonder if it's a combination of chassis and that pole position slot, because yet again, an awesome start. He leads Hunne in second position. Katie Munnings with a reasonably clear view. The wiper on that Hanson Motorsport car's working well.
Spin for Alan Feller, so it's Alan's going to have to reverse that out of there. That's not ideal.
Another of the French drivers.
Yeah, Katie had a good old slide on coming over the crest, looking more comfortable in the car on each run. There you go, in the background, look, holding it. And that was what she said she couldn't do on day 1 with the steering issue. She couldn't hold a slide. It was just physically, it would get to a certain angle, and then you couldn't get the steering back in line. Peter Hain chasing down Per Goodison out front. Goodison, look at that on the exit of turn 1, and Peter Hain goes joker. Goodison there, I think, lost confidence on the exit of turn 1 and then wasn't great on the brakes into turn 2. Katie's going to come up over the crest and might get this done here. She hasn't joker, but she comes out in front of Peter Hain, who then clatters the barrier. So Hain, the suspension is intact on the rear, but he's lost time.
Pretty scruffy joker that. Lots of inputs into the throttle. You saw turning in on the left, and Katie has another big slide. Look at the standing water coming into the velodrome. It's getting more and more difficult now, isn't it?
She's going well, though, isn't she?
She's going very well, yeah. They must be so difficult. I was just talking to Kenneth Hansen before, and these are not easy to get in and drive without any relevant experience.
Well, no, because we saw Thierry Neuville and Timmy Hansen struggle last year. And Graham Rodemark, if you're watching Graham, we know how much he loves driving a cross car around here. Being beaten by children down the hill, I think he said, didn't he? He was in 5th gear. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, terrified to death in fifth, and someone comes down the outside of you flat in sixth and pitches into the next corner.
He went up over the crest, did a huge jump. Oh, gee, we had the best conversation ever with Graham at Linden Hill recently about it. Katie's going to come up over the crest here and might get Goodison, and she's still got a joker, but this is all just relevant experience for her. And I think how, you know, not getting dropped here on lap times either, for me, this is a big step forward for Katie.
It is, yeah. You can see she's a lot more confident moving the buggy around. A few little inputs, just feeling where the grip is. She's got understeer there, but getting in the throttle, getting the rear to rotate, and then it's not actually so bad running wide there in that corner when you can make more of a straight out of the next corner coming down the hill. She's not exactly under massive pressure, is she? She's doing a good job here.
So Katie is Timmy Hansen's teammate. Has Goodison spun? Yes, Goodison spins. OK, Goodison has gone round. Peter Hain has had to avoid. So Katie now has got 2 laps to go. If I were the Hansen squad, I'd be on the radio and telling them to joke. Oh, sorry, last lap, of course. Last lap, she's going to have to joker now. So Katie Munnins is going to go joker. Could she come out in front and take her first heat race win? Peter Hain is coming in pretty quick. I think it's going to be tough. Hain should have just enough speed here. Come on, Katie, over the curves, left and right. On the gas now, going to try and close it. Moves across, tidily done. That's a good drive. Yeah, Katie basically competing in Extreme E with Timmy Hansen, has come here for racing experience, and she's certainly getting that help.
She is, yeah. And I'm impressed with how she's improved through the 2 events so far. Obviously, she had quite big problems with the car that they've now solved on Thursday. And it's all about, you know, quite a wide circuit as well, so she's learning where to find the grip as well on a rally stage. She comes from a rally background, and rally stages are usually pretty narrow, aren't they? So you don't have that option, but here you do, and it's much like the Extreme E tracks.
She was saying that Timmy was telling her, you're not using, like, you know, he'd say, why did you leave? Oh, Katie, hold on to it. In the background, Peter ain't going to take it. It's a good save from Katie, still a good save right the way to the apex. Peter takes it, and Katie slides it over the line. Nice one. Good drive. But yeah, she said that Timmy was saying, look, why didn't you use the half foot on the exit of the corner? And, you know, that's just a rally driving thing of guaranteeing turning. You know, there isn't, the half foot might be the trees, and so you always guarantee the turning and leave a margin, unless you're talking power stage business. And Timmy was saying, look, you've got to use it. Got to use everything, every inch of the track. And
not only is Timmy one of the world's best rallycross drivers, but he also comes from a single-seater background, doesn't he, where you use every single centimetre that the tarmac has to offer.
Fascinated still by the backgrounds of the world's top rallycross drivers. Rally, circuit, F1. Everybody wants to drive a supercar, don't they? I've still got my theory, Hal, you know, secretly everybody really wants to be a rally or a rallycross driver because it's just the coolest, isn't it? Driving on the gravel is what you're supposed to do.
I don't think it's a theory, it's just fact, isn't it?
Well, it really is, isn't it? It really is. I remember Coulthard getting out of the supercar in Barbados and just, well, I can't even tell you what he said, but there were swear words about how brilliant it was.
Matthias Ekstrom sat here at this circuit in 2013 listing all of the vehicles he's driven in his amazing career and said nothing is as good as a rallycross supercar. And there's a man who's done Race of Champions as well in all sorts of amazing stuff, in DTM and NASCAR and all sorts. And yeah, to have people like that come and say that the first time they drive it is really special.
I love it. But you never see anyone get out of a supercar and go, It's always full commitment to how awesome it was.
Yeah, when you're trying to get someone to explain how a supercar is, there's a bit of
proper flames
from the, and they go, oh yeah, it's amazing, I can't believe it. You're like, oh, everyone says that, but it's true because it is amazing. You really have to drive on, mate. We need to sort that.
Oh, you're gonna have to, yeah. We certainly are. Jimmy Osterberg is at the top of the table, having won Q2 with a brilliant double car pass. It's David Mayat, the factory driver from France, who's in P2. Sindra Treuterud with the win in the first session. That's enough points. So that win in the first session for Treuterud has left them up in P3. Netish is up to P4. Hulberg in P5. Rierson 6. Aaron and Eganson, Radstrom and Anderson. That is super, super competitive in cross car. On to Supercar Lights. At the minute, Tommy Howman leads. Howman has had a podium at every round so far. He won Q1 here. Then it's Osland, Anderson and Eklev, Sjokvist, Janssen, Olofsson, Jonsson, Enland and Exbuth are your top 10. Remember, there are 2 semi-finals for Supercar Lights. There are 3 for cross car. Right, here we go. Championship leader Tommy Howman on the inside from Osland, Anderson and Eklev and Sjokvist. Good start for all three of the inside cars, but it's Anderson from P3 and Howman from P1 who've got the best of them. Howman is inside Anderson, or Ostland having a look up the inside of Anderson as well. Ostland going to go Joker surely from there, goes straight to the Joker, that's what we thought. And Anetlev has gone in with him, so Ostland and Anetlev to the Joker. Howman and Anderson both with a tidy start. Look at the difference there between Howman and Anderson's line. Howman backing it into the left-hander, Anderson much straighter and smoother on the way in. Yeah,
Howman obviously got good confidence in the car despite his limited mileage. Of course, Niels Anderson did all of last year as well, didn't he? I was actually wrong with talking about Howman using old wet tyres in his wet test in Finland. He actually used destroyed dry tyres in his wet test in Finland, which he was disappointed by because it doesn't actually give him a good representation of what the tyres are like. But actually, when the car's moving around so much, you really get to learn what its limitations are, don't you? And he's been doing such a good job in the first 3 rounds and again today.
Anderson was the form man on day 1 on Thursday, but I think Howman is definitely, I mean, if he wins this championship at the first attempt, he's currently on 75 points with 2 wins and a P3. Niels Anderson was 5th and 4th in the semis back at Nissen, but 2nd here on Thursday. So Anderson really did well on Thursday, was super happy with his pace, but the conditions are so completely different. Ostland's on a big push, and look, Anetlev has lost out to Sokvist. Sokvist gets in front.
Talking to Per Anderson, Niels' father during the break, and he was saying just what a great position Niels is in, especially working with Johan Kristoffersson, his teammate. Johan's almost like a mentor and the engineer of the car. You know, Johan's able to give so much of his knowledge to what they're doing, and Per was just saying what a massive change it is, night and day different to last year. Niels is so comfortable. He works with Johan on his fitness, his mental side. You know, it's almost invaluable to have that on your side.
Tommy was saying, wasn't he, that they expect their drivers to come into the workshop before school and go there again after school. Like this is interesting talking to Tommy about Johan, you know, and the obsession with the cross-country skiing, then moving on to, you know, a further obsession, if you like, with rallycross and making sure that all of the little details were correct. Everything.
And that's where you gain, isn't it? Per was also saying, you know, 12 months ago, they'd be going around the paddock looking at what their competitors were doing, you know, trying to get a little sneak at what settings they're running, maybe the tyres. So now we don't do any of that. We just focus on our own thing and our own tent and our own game. And it's paying off, isn't it? You don't let yourself get distracted by what other people are up to.
And it's exactly what Johan says, isn't it? I focus on what I can control, and I think that's what the best drivers do. There is no... You have to have a lot of self-belief to do that, and that's clearly coming for Anderson too. So Howman is gapping Anderson just a little bit. They both go Joker this lap. Watch for Ostland and Anderson at the merge. I think Anderson will just about have enough. It's got to be a good Joker. Ostland's coming in hot, going to shut the door. Ostland backs it in on the brakes, but there's just about half a car's length between them.
In jest, Niels was saying that he held his friend Linus Ostland a little bit responsible for him not winning yesterday, because he was so wary of how much pressure Ostland was applying to the back of his car that he didn't really know how hard to push, and he couldn't get away. But a big moment for Holman, and he also had one in the Joker, didn't he? Pushing really hard, as is Linus Ostland.
The bump in the background is getting a bit bigger where the gravel goes onto the tarmac. Howman, though, coming around, going to take the checkered flag again, and we'll be hoping that'll be enough to be fastest. There are still some quick drivers to come, the likes of Olofsson and co. But that's a good, clean run for Howman. 3:28, I think it was. Screen steaming up just slightly for Howman, but on the opposite side of the car. That's where you want it. You don't really want it anywhere, but if it's going to be anywhere not in front of your sight, your line of sight. 5.99, look, is the split. 3:28. Anderson, look, was almost 4 seconds back in the end. Looking a bit unstoppable, Hal.
He is, isn't he? But there's nothing dramatic. Well, okay, I think he was pushing quite hard into the Joker. He got a little bit out of shape, and then again later in the lap. But he doesn't look wildly out of control. He's not
using all the curb there. You know, if you look at how much curb some people use in that section, well, they use more than the curb. They hook it up around the back edge. Union Jack, that must be for Katie. So there's a flag there for each nationality of the drivers.
Maybe it's for you, mate.
But could be, couldn't it? For the broadcast team representing. I had a cup of tea earlier. Everyone was highly entertained in OMSE when I had a cup of tea. No. Fraser said, how very British of you.
I remember Susan Hanson finding it hilarious when Andrew Jordan and I were seeking out tea many years ago.
There's only coffee in Swedish paddocks. We just need boiling water. And please don't make coffee in the teacup, the teapot. It's just no good. It's the details. Kasper Janssen on the inside line of Olofsson. Janssen's got a good start, gets in Olofsson's door. Olofsson goes all the way across the grid sideways around the outside. Martin Experth, how's he held on to that? Gonna break and go standard like Experth from sideways in turn 1 to the whole shot on the inside line. Meanwhile, into the Joker lap, Kasper Janssen leading of the 2 cars have gone. That was amazing, Hal.
It was, yeah, and poor old Simon Olofsson. He had an amazing time in Denmark, didn't he, until his weekend was cut short by a broken belt. And I think he had contact with almost every car in the first couple of corners there. It's just not going his way at the moment. And now
Kasper Janssen, it's going his way. Look, he's onto the back of them already again.
And Olofsson's in the worst position now, isn't he? Because he hasn't jokered. He's stuck in the front train. I think being at the back of the front train is often the worst place to be because you can't make progress and you've only got the guys catching behind.
Enland's gone wide. Enland's gone wide. Going to be late on the brakes. Olofsson's trying to look through. Enland might go deep. Kasper Janssen is with them already. Hal, what's the gap from the leader to Janssen on this one here? Or into each other, into the door. Enland sideways. Janssen just makes the pass. Olofsson has had an absolute shocker here. A little bit of contact cost him some time. I'll tell you what, Janssen's going to want Enland out the way at this rate.
It was 2.8 seconds, but then there was all that kerfuffle as well. I don't think Janssen lost any time with that, did he really? He just made hay while the sun was shining in the rain here at Holjes. Olofsson's having a nightmare, isn't he? Just not going his way yet again.
Going to have to gather his head together, I think, Olofsson. I'm not saying that he's lost his head, but he's going to have to gather it up now and go back into the Modens in Denmark. Looks to the inside line of Janssen. Here comes Enland down the hill. Janssen in the background, keeping it smooth. I'd say these two have stabilised that gap with Kasper Janssen in P3.
Enland's tidied up a little bit, hasn't he, from the previous lap? He was a bit wild on lap 1, on the exploratory mission that is.
Great drive by Experth here, considering how exciting turn 1 was for Experth.
And his lack of experience.
Yeah, neither of them go Joker, so they're both holding on. I might have gone just to cover off Janssen and Olofsson behind. I guess they'll be looking at Kasper as well. That curve, the curves here are big, aren't they?
They are, and they can really help you here in the wet by just hooking the inside wheel over the top of them and keeping you in as wide. And that's the other alternative, because when the wheel hooks in and rotates the car, Janssen follows over the same bit of dirt kicked up over that curb.
Look at the hole down the hill. You can see Experth's car and in P3, Janssen's car look better capable over that bump than Enland's is. I just wonder if there's a slight difference. Kasper's dropped it in the background. Kasper Janssen holds on to it just about. When you have that moment, it goes all the way down deep into the apex and the braking zone of the last corner. Right, now we're going to find out whether or not Kasper Janssen can take this from P3. Experth, Enland go into the Joker lap. Look on the inside line. Kasper Janssen needs to keep it tidy. Experth not the greatest entry. He's a bit deep on the first portion of it. Going to come across the merge. Catch the barrier. Oh, Janssen just misses him. Enland comes in all crossed up around the outside. Fantastic. I'll tell you what, he's been on some ride, Experth, in this one. Sideways in turn 1. Somehow held onto that. Slots into P3. Enland just in front, but Kasper Janssen, how that was like... They were so close to swapping paint at the merge. So close.
The seas have parted for him several times in this race, haven't they? But that's to take nothing away from him. He's driving brilliantly, and like we've said all weekend, he was pushing so hard in Denmark, and reining it in just a little bit, especially in these slippery conditions, is absolutely paying off.
Brilliant job by Kasper Janssen. He's not going to win my gold medal for Sendage this weekend, but he is going to win this heat race. It's a brilliant drive, and for me, he continues to impress. What was the time? 3:36, so it's not as quick as they were going earlier. It's really hard at the minute to tell whether that's due to the pace of the drivers or the relative track development. Kasper takes it 3:36.3. Ended up 1.5 seconds ahead of Enland. Martin Experth, I kind of want to see that turn 1 again and see what Experth did. We might if we're lucky. Now this is the merge. Here we go. Watching the inside. Experth taps the barrier. And at this point, oh my, you couldn't get closer than that, could you? Here it is again. Watch. Look at this angle. Dirt flies up. Kasper Janssen on the inside. How close? Oh, that close.
If he'd have made contact with the wheel there, not just the bodywork which flexed out of the way, that would have been a big spin for Janssen, because he was carrying a lot of speed there as well.
Wow. Good old Kasper Janssen had a target. It was a gap that was ever closing, kept it lit, and somehow got through. Mats Oskarsson, Gustav Bergström, Gregory Foss, Natalie Peterson, Ida Tornhold. It was Bergström who finished the race in reverse last time out. He had Tommy Christopherson on the radio. Johan messaged me just before the session saying my dad was on the radio going, reverse, reverse. He did, he got the finish line. Not going to get the start this time, though. Mats Oskarsson on the inside has had a great one. Ida Tornhold outside, though, might be able to shut the door across from P5. All the way in from the 5th slot on the grid. Sometimes you can carry that momentum from P2. In goes Mats Oskarsson. I think good decision, although will have lost time making it that late, Hal. I don't know, from P2, maybe not. Door open as well. Not sure.
He did have broken rear suspension, as we suspected in the previous race, and didn't finish. Ida Tornhold, meanwhile, up front. She's a debutant into the lights this year, but she did a proportion of her testing in the snow and ice up in the north of Sweden, especially when they were around the time they were launching the new Race of Champions concept. So she's used to driving in low grip conditions, and that's paying off here in these wet and slippy. Although you obviously use studded tyres in the ice, so you actually have more grip than you think. As Bergström runs wide in the background.
Oh, Bergström's having a day of it.
It always helps to drive in different variations of grip, doesn't it? Not just dry tarmac, for example.
Oh, massively. We said it on Thursday. I think that more drivers should go and try driving on the lakes 100%. Just for over
when they're
the
frozen
limit.
over.
Yeah, I've heard some stories about people driving on lakes that aren't quite frozen enough, even of crazy Norwegians driving on lakes with life jackets on, which always worries me.
I think Andreas Eriksson has a story about that. Maybe
really?
People could go and ask him about it if they wanted to.
Maybe in a convertible with a life jacket on. It's the getting out that bothers me. It's pretty cold as well. If the lake's partly frozen, it's not a swimming situation for me. I noticed Johan and Timmy Hansen, Johan Christoph and Timmy Hansen this year were ice swimming during the winter.
You are a swimmer, though, so maybe you'd like it.
Maybe. I prefer my swimming at, 20, 30, well, 30 degrees ideally, Celsius that is.
Big moment for
in the
Foss in the background.
Yeah, Foss just holds on, misses the outside. Tornhold leading. Tornhold might get this. Oh, Foss has joking already. Oh, no, Bergström facing the wrong way again. Reversal first for this one. Got to get it straightened out. So slippery. Through the joke lap, Ida Tornhold goes in, going to come out the other side. Gregory Foss has made that mistake, and it's cost. So Ida Tornhold out in front's got half a lap, no, 1.5 laps to go. So jokered early, and that's a good decision. Probably seen the issues there and decided to go joker now. And now Oskarsson, look, is making Foss's life difficult.
Yeah, Tornhold wasn't super committed through the joker lap, was she? It's so difficult in rallycross when you only do the joker lap once. So really, since warm-up this morning, all of these drivers have done the joker on 2 of their laps. So you don't really know where the grip levels are. And for someone with her experience, I think caution is the better approach there. Bergström's car's a little bit in the way. Oskarsson gets all out of shape into the last corner of the penultimate lap, but nothing untoward.
Tornhold's going to come under pressure here. Foss and Oskarsson are closing that gap down. Oskarsson's gone wide. He's going to look up the inside, surely not into turn 1 from there. No, Oskarsson's just made a mistake, I think. So Tornhold now's got to keep a clear head and hold off Foss. I think the best chance to pass will be up at the velodrome. Velodrome was widened a couple of years back. If you look, so as they come through the right-hander, you're never going to see it in these conditions, but there's a strip of tarmac that was added to the right-hand side, and that gave you the high-low option. There it is, you could see it, actually. And that's made a big difference for me for the racing in the velodrome since.
It has, yeah. It's made it much more open, hasn't it? They've also felled all the trees, so it means you can't see where the line is going over the first jump, but that's another story on this incredible roller coaster circuit.
Yeah, one of the trees was felled by a supercar 2 years ago. That's why the rest of the trees were felled. Nobody realised you could get to them from the velodrome, but somebody managed it in a European supercar race. Ida Tornhold going to take the race win here. It's a 3:40 something, so it's not going to trouble the top time. Tommy Howman wins the session. And we've been joined in the commentary box by Katie Munnings. Katie, welcome along.
Hello, nice to be here. Thanks for having me.
No problem. How was that? You looked so much more from our seat. You looked really much more comfortable in the car on that last run. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really enjoying it now. Yeah, a couple of days ago, I was just really struggling. I didn't understand how they were sliding around the corners, and I was thinking these guys are absolute magicians if they can do that. But yeah, we figured some stuff out on the test yesterday, and it was kind of like a breakthrough. And now it just I can control the car and have fun with it and throw it around and yeah, get out of shape, which is what we're all here for, isn't it?
Yeah, so, well, look, we saw you and your dad last night for a brief meeting, and we asked you, look, how are you getting on with Rallycross? And your response to the whole starts thing was my favourite. You're loving it, aren't you?
Yeah, the adrenaline on the start line. From the outside, I looked at it and I thought, oh, that's going to be my least favourite part of the race because it looks so intense and it looks absolute carnage. But when you're in it, it's the most exciting. Even if you lose it, it's so exciting. I absolutely love it.
So this was Katie earlier on. So this is you from the outside.
Yeah, not bad.
Nice assessment. We have had Katie on commentary before, but I'm loving seeing you out in the buggy. So tidy into the Joker lap, and this was going to be coming through towards the merge.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are so specialist, aren't they? Just learning from these guys and how they chuck the buggy around. When I was doing the first 3 practices of the weekend, I could not believe how they were driving. You know, they're masters of it. It's so niche, so specialised. And yeah, learning the racing from them is awesome.
This was where we thought you just looked a lot more comfortable in the car. Then particularly through Velodrome, you were able to choose your line and then hold a slide through the exit. I know you had a steering issue on day 1, which meant things weren't quite so easy. Little flick on the way in. Are you dry?
Do you know what? It was one of those moments. Under that, I didn't have any tear-offs, so I didn't really know what to expect for Rallycross. So I had some like welding goggles on, and they steamed up so much I couldn't see anything. And then I went through a muddy puddle, and it was pure motorsport. I was like, this is so cool. Going up through the gears, couldn't see anything, and it was just the best feeling in the world.
Oh, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I really am. Now, you've got an Extreme E race coming up, of course, in 10 days' time. You're headed by 11, I suppose, now. Senegal for round 2 of Extreme E. You looking forward to that?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a bit drier, so that's going to be nice.
Yeah.
The mosquitoes I don't think will be as nice, though. But yeah, I think it's going to be an amazing race. I don't really know what to expect from it. Haven't really seen any track maps, or it's quite a raw form of motorsport. There's not a lot of prep that you can do. So it's nice just to spend time with Timmy before we go and keep in the flow of it.
I spoke to Timo Scheider the other day, who's on the track design team, but he didn't give me any clues, I'm afraid. So I'll be commentating that from London while you're out in Senegal. I think we're all hoping for a bit less dust because I want to see some racing. And I guess now you've got stuck in here, you're probably a bit more up for that?
Yeah, I think we're all kind of anticipating it. You know, I think the sporting form especially is, you know, people want to see racing, don't they? And the fans, that's what people tune in for. So I think hopefully we'll get a lot more of that in Senegal. Hopefully the dust won't be as thick as it was in Saudi, and we'll be able to choose some different lines. I think it's going to be a kind of different format. We'll be on the beach, but then we're going off-road to some gravel areas, which hopefully will add a bit of variety to the race.
Sounds good, doesn't it? Certainly sounds a lot drier than it is here.
It does sound a lot drier. And gravel beat, you'll be a bit more at home on the gravel as well. Coming from a rally background, I mean, it's going to be awesome, hopefully.
Yeah, I hope I just don't try and drive it like one of these buggies, though. I've got really into this rear-wheel drive flow. If I do that, the team are just going to stand there and laugh at me when I spin on the first corner.
I can say I don't think it'll be over the moon. The centre of gravity of an Extreme E car on the weight is what I think 4 times higher than it was. We've got a Union Jack up for you, Katie.
That's special.
Yeah, I didn't know if you knew, but that's a tradition here at RallyX Nordic. I don't know if they had to dig that out or not. Probably not, actually, because we've had Liam, haven't we, here in the World Championship, so he would have had the flag up. It was Fraser McConnell whose flag they had to search for the first year when he came here. He leads after Q1 with a brilliant drive in wet conditions. It's Anton Markman in P2, Johan Kristoffersson P3. An issue with the turbo hose, dropping him off the pace. That's to take nothing away from Fraser. Probably one of the best drivers I've ever seen him do. Niklas Gronholm, saw he posted on Instagram that there was a little bit of work to do. And on the outside, Sabo. McConnell got an absolutely blinding start from slot number 1 last time out. Watch for Kristoffersson in 3. Oh, but it's Gronholm, maybe with the fastest reaction time away from the line, but McConnell's got another brilliant start. Oh, Gronholm tries to shut the door, gets a little bit sideways, contact behind from Kristoffersson. Markman somehow holds on to P3. Surely Gronholm goes straight from there. He does. It's a late decision, and Kristoffersson's gone in with him. Sabo down at the back of the pack. Fraser McConnell with another brilliant start, and he leads again, Hal.
And a brilliant opportunistic move from Anton Markman as well to get up the inside after not brilliant getaway. How sideways was Niklas Gronholm when they run to the first corner, being pushed in the rear quarter. Great idea for him to go Joker. Now the GRX team need to not get him held up behind Sabo because he's closing on him fast.
Sabo will surely move out of the way, although as I say that, he finds more traction on the exit of Velodrome. There's that wonderful camera. Markman's dropped it. Markman spins at the bottom of the hill. Going to end up in the gravel trap on the outside. Straightens the car up. Where is he? He's at the back of the pack. So Markman goes backwards over the crest jump. We've got It's Sabo and Gronholm just in behind, and they're getting held up big time here.
GRX need to joker Christian Szabo right now. Get him out of the way of Nicholas Gronholm, because now they've got Anton Markland out of the way. He can get chasing Fraser McConnell. I'll be amazed if Szabo doesn't joker. He does. Look, a late call. I think really he wasn't committed going in, was he?
Really late. There would have been no point in keeping him out whatsoever. That was just going to harm Gronholm. Christopherson looks to me like he's got a little bit more pace. Look how close he is behind, but he can't quite find a way through. Maybe he'll have a look on the way to Velodrome. No, Christopherson knows better. Going high. Christopherson goes high now, going to drop the car down low and look for traction on the exit. Managed to make the pass there in the previous session, but not this time, Hal.
The Hyundai does have great traction, doesn't it? You see, he was pushing on as if he had too much understeer through the Velodrome, but it straightened out and just drove, whereas Christopherson really threw the Polo at the entry.
Fraser McConnell now has got a bit of a choice to make here, his spotters, because I suspect Gronholm is going very quickly. So do they hold on and try and edge out a bit more of a gap? It's going to depend whether or not Gronholm's closing him down. If he's closing him down, they might send him joker, but there's no point if the gap's too small. And Fraz stays out, so McConnell stays out for this one. He's going to go joker on the last lap.
I think Markland's far enough away. McConnell runs a bit wide. He's looking really confident in his car, running into the looser dirt. Christopherson's all over the back of Nicholas Gronholm. He'll be
contact.
He'll be loving this in one way because he's challenging a World Championship specification car in the KMS Polo, but at the other hand, he needs to get by. He's fighting for this championship. Nicholas was only here for one weekend.
Looking up the inside. I don't think Jan will take any risks after what he said in the studio the other day. He said, I need to start thinking about the championship. And he just wants to win. McConnell tight on the inside line coming through. Hal, what's the gap?
Johan went for a 10th quicker than Nicholas did in the last run, but it's largely irrelevant, isn't it, if he can't find a way by.
Fraser McConnell going to go joker this time round. They come out the final corner. Christopherson loses a little bit of length there on Gronholm. Flames from the back of the KMS Polo. In goes Fraser McConnell now. I think Gronholm might be too close, but it's going to be close. It's another good lap from Fraser McConnell. Going to try and get in between the two cars. Shuts the door. Gronholm's there. Christopherson isn't. Fraser McConnell gets into that gap between them, and Christopherson gets into the back of the Jamaican's car. Two wheels up on the curb on the outside. He might look to the inside line now and try and mug Fraz in the final corners if he can. Fraser's got it held tight. He does get to the inside. God, a little bit more traction. McConnell stays out of the way. He was alongside Anderson there, and it ended badly for Anderson. Good decision by Fraser. Great driving by Christopherson as he nicks the spot on the exit of the Velodrome. Up and over the crest. It's a good drive by Gronholm. He got the laps done. Managed to get McConnell. McConnell managed to hold off Christopherson, but he's passed him on that last lap. It's Gronholm who wins Heat 1 of Q2.
Brilliant tactics from GRX to get Szabo out of the way. For whatever reason, Szabo didn't have the pace. Markland is going to finish the race despite a big puff of smoke after he spun the car down the hill. Oh, he's got a rear right puncture as he crosses the finish line. Brilliant from GRX. Had they not jokered Szabo, Gronholm wouldn't have beaten McConnell then.
Fantastic. Back of Markland's car is looking a little bit second-hand, to say the least. What a brilliant qualifying race. I do love a decent qualifying race for Joker. McConnell did well. I wasn't sure he had enough time to get out at all in between Gronholm and Christopherson, and he did. Christopherson did really well to get him up at the Velodrome. That's that, just applying that bit of pressure. He gave him a little nudge, didn't he, on the way? Nothing untoward, just, okay, drone shot. Have a look at this. So look at Gronholm. He's already sideways, Hal. I reckon he's pulling gears whilst being pushed at 45 degrees down the road.
You can't lift there in a four-wheel drive car because all that'll happen is the car will start rotating more and then you're going to end up in a massive accident. And he's made such a brilliant call there. He's closing on McConnell, decided to go joker. Christopherson doesn't really have an option either because he's lost out to Markland also in the first corner. There's Markland's spin. Did he already have a puncture? It looks like...
that stumped something through the exhaust, hasn't it, there, just
half
for
a
a
turbo,
moment.
maybe. But he's got the piece picked the puncture up later on, hasn't he?
Okay, on to race 2. Supercar. Katie, we will come and have a chat with you in just a second. I'm sure we'll have time to breathe once we get on to race 3, maybe. But we've got Katie Munnings in the commentary box with myself, Andrew Coley and Hal Ridge. Hope you're enjoying watching this from home. This is a normal rallycross weekend. We haven't had one for quite a while, so that means you're going to have to wait until tomorrow for Q3, Q4 semis and finals. Evgen, Eid, German, Bakkerud and Hedstrom. Bakkerud, remember, in the ERX Electric start, gets a good start. But the best start from the inside line, Sondra Evgen by a mile. Enzo Eid's left on the grid. German slots into P2. So I wonder what Eid will do from the back there, whether he might go joker straight away. No, he does, and he has to change his mind, Hal, because 2 cars went in front, and Enzo's a bit unlucky there. He's lost an extra second that he didn't want to.
But it was so important that he did that because, with all due respect to Hedstrom, he's in one of the oldest cars in the field, in chassis number 7 of the OMSE fleet, so he could easily have got held up. So the better thing to do was to get his own clean air there.
through the left-hander at the back of the circuit. Baccarat, we thought in the wet conditions, wasn't suffering quite so much with the tyres overheating, which was what he'd said. He really has to manage the tyres just with the extra weight and the extra torque of the ERX Start. But he won his heat race last time out in the wet conditions. Evgen waiting on the throttle, then light it up at the exit. A little bit earlier there, and you can see the difference. Gurman gets on the throttle just a little bit earlier, and the nose runs wide.
I think Gurman's quietly doing a pretty good job in an older specification car compared to two Audis.
Eads made a mistake in the background, hits the wall. Ead came through turn one. He was a little bit too deep on the crest, got on the brakes, and he couldn't get the weight to come back the other way. He's buried that in the gravel trap. That's somewhere Markland's familiar with.
Meanwhile, Gurman's jokered, hasn't he, and come out ahead of Backward, who jokered on the first lap. How similar was that? Gurman's run a little bit wide, Backward's gone tight on the run up to Velodrome, but he's not going to manage to cut back. He doesn't get any rotation done on the entry. He's still learning this car, isn't he? The different weight balance and the different propulsion method.
So Evgen, 3:24.3 is the target time. He's got another 2 and a bit laps to go.
Oh, Gurman all out of shape in the background ahead of the jump, but he's closer to Evgen than maybe we would think. I think Evgen's safe here, isn't he?
He can stay out another lap. I certainly would. I think he'll stay out another lap and get another decent lap time in. He's going to try and edge that gap. Katie, this is something that's been new to you, the whole spotting joker thing. You just don't know how useless are the mirrors on a rallycross car. You can be honest.
To be honest, I haven't got time to think about the other people. I'm just trying to stay on the road and not spin it. So yeah, I heard you say I closed the door on someone yesterday. To be honest with you, Andrew, I didn't even see them.
Just slammed the door in his face without even knowing he was there. It's a wild experience. What's it like? Who's in your ear? Kenneth or?
No, I've got Eric. So yeah, he's
Eric Barr and Sebastian Loeb's old spotter.
Yeah, he's amazing, and he knows exactly just the right amount of info to give you. I'm like Timmy. I need someone telling me to push all the time. So it's really nice that he knows that filter, and yeah, he does a great job.
Oh, Eric Farr is a brilliant supercar driver himself. Made it to the semi-final, maybe the final here one year at Holjes, but he's a great driver. I've seen him spannering up at the Hansons this weekend, and looking after Loeb. Both times Loeb won in the World Championships. You've got a good spotter there, KT. Evgen has done a great job here, slides the car out. Gurman's a long, long way back now, falling in further into the clutches to backward. Hal, do you think the time's at risk or not?
It is a bit wetter, isn't it? But Gurman's been quietly going about it. We haven't got the lap times from the previous session on the time screen, and we were so excited by that previous race. I didn't write down the fastest lap time either.
Oh, 3:24.3, it's on the screen. We should know that by now. Yeah. So, but in terms of lap times, not quite sure whether or not Evgen's on it. He's got about 10 seconds to go. It could be close. Wait and listen to the throttle control here. I don't think he's got quite enough. Not far off though. 3:25.5, just 1.2 seconds back. Good drive, Sondre Evgen. That might be enough to see him up in sort of P2, P3 in the session. And with the greatest respect to the drivers coming in the final supercar race, I don't think they're going to trouble the times of Evgen or Gronholm, because that's 2 good drives there. Enzo Eid parked at the side of the road.
That was very similar to the crash Anton Markland had there in 2015, wasn't it? When he clipped wheels with Daniel Holton driving Per Exon's Beetle on the Beetle's debut and ended up heavily in the wall, did a lot of damage to the car. That wasn't quite as big an impact, so I think the car will be okay, but it was still heavy. Yeah,
Enzo couldn't quite get the weight to come back the other way. Now, okay, the good thing about this situation for Enzo is they've got all night to fix the car. Yeah, if this had happened on Thursday, Hal, might be different. So Enzo's lost the start here up front. You can see Evgen has easily got it. Backward has a look then to go joker, and Hedstrom changes his mind, having given Gurman a little kiss on the way into the corner. Backward's got the inside line covered. Hedstrom gives him a tap as well. Backward's doing a really good job with the ERX car for me. First time he's driven, electric rallycross. I think he's doing a tidy job.
Yeah, I agree. He's just going about it quietly and learning. He knows it's a big process, but it's so astute of him to be doing that now. The opportunities have risen. The sport's heading in that direction across the board, isn't it? And getting this under his belt now is going to prove valuable.
How interesting livery on Enzo Eid's roof. I know you know what's on there, so you can tell us about it.
It's his son, isn't it? And yeah, why not?
I love it. It's great, isn't it? Super proud. Enzo is loving his rallycross. There he is. Look, he's come through.
Strange accident now. I wonder if there's been a problem with the throttle or something. Easy for you to say or me to say. But
he looked like he'd come into a little bit too hot to turn 1. But yeah, I know.
But it's a long way. It's a long way between 1 and 2, isn't it? Yeah. So you would be able to get the rotation done, especially in a supercar with the diff release and the handbrake to get it turned in. You wouldn't normally go straight on like that. Evgen, I'm impressed by him. really patient driving in these conditions, especially when he's been a little bit frustrated in the past with things not quite going his own way.
That was close at the back there between German and Bakkerud. It was Bakkerud who got it, but only by just 0.2 of a second. So Ead's car is on the scoop and will be coming back to the paddock.
Is Enzo still inside? I think he might be.
Oh, might as well. It's wet. You don't want to get out and get your race suit wet, do you, Katie?
I know a lot about that this weekend.
We're going to have a catch up with somebody in the paddock. Let's see who we got. I think we heard Hansen.
Well, Kevin, you're down here spotting. You're usually obviously behind the wheel of the car and now spotting. How are you finding it so far?
Well, amazing. Well, I don't know yet, to be honest, because Oliver is just about to go out. So, but I'm super excited. This is such a fun challenge for all of us to do it together a bit and showcase the future of rallycross. These cars are amazing. I drove it yesterday, and I'm jealous about to Oliver about going out because I want to go out there so badly. So it's going to be really fun, and it's the first time I have Oliver on the radio, so it's going to be a real experience.
And you'll be driving the car tomorrow, won't you, as part of this challenge?
Yes, correct. So me, Marcus and Oliver are all in the same team, and I will be driving twice tomorrow, so I'm really excited about that.
We'll let you get your strategy dialed in. Thanks so much, Kevin.
Thank you, guys.
So if you're wondering what on earth's going on here, this is RX2E, which will be coming up shortly. And it's a bunch of very, very good rallycross drivers demonstrating the support category to the World Championship that's coming up, the electric version of the RX2 car. I'll run through the teams and the grids once we get this final supercar race out of the way. Andreas Karlsson, Anders Michalak, Ale Fucik, Henry Harpamaki and Chuchu on the outside. Harpamaki got an amazing start last time in the electric start and gets another brilliant one here. Won't have any gears to change on the run to the first corner, but Karlsson just beats him there. And then up the inside, Michalak has a look as well. Harpamaki will surely stop that in time. And around the outside, good decision by Chuchu from P5 to carry the speed all the way in. Hal, he didn't change his mind late and he'll gain a couple of tenths there.
Yeah, nicely rotated on the throttle, wasn't it? He really had no alternative but to go to the Joker. Fortunately for him that no one went in front, changing their mind at the last minute. Michalak had a big stab on the throttle, didn't he, going to the first corner to stick it back up the inside. But yet again, pole position has been a brilliant position to start from for Anders Karlsson.
Fucik having a look to the inside as Michalak lights the tyres up and slides a little bit wide. Katie, you come from a rally background. Obviously, the Extreme E thing, you know, is a mega career step for you. But now we've tried rallycross as well. I know you want to stay in Extreme E as long as you can. That's a given. You know, it's the pinnacle of electric off-road racing for you at the moment. Are you tempted by rallycross now? Like, is it there's so many career options now. You've tasted so many different brilliant off-road motorsports.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of blew me away this weekend. It's like being born again, you know? That sense of adrenaline. So exciting. Absolutely, I'd love to.
Harpamaki slots in just in front of Karlsson. Karlsson maybe should have waited there, Hal.
Questionable joker like that.
Yeah,
why would you joker when you have that gap from the lead? You're not under pressure. Now all Harpamaki's going to do is destroy Andreas Karlsson's race time by still needing to joker. He might stay over another 2 laps yet and things will get even slower.
And he's entitled to do that. You know, he's entitled to go when he wants. So I don't understand, you know, just wait one more lap and now the mistakes come in.
Fantastic example of understeer and oversteer in the same corner from the 2 leading cars.
I think we've seen a lot of that this weekend, aren't we? It's terminal understeer followed by over-enthusiastic oversteer. Karlsson looks to the inside maybe at turn 1. The weight will mean that Harpamaki might have to brake slightly earlier, but the car's looking good. The starts of what has impressed me in the wet. Harpamaki goes, that releases Karlsson. Yeah, been really impressed. You think how early the torque comes in. I mean, Katie, actually, we can talk to you about that. What's it like in the Extreme E cars going off the line when you've got so much torque? How do you manage it?
Yeah, it's mega. Yeah, just foot to the floor and keep it there, to be honest with you. We had really good traction off the line when we were in Saudi. But yeah, it's instant torque. I mean, even coming out of hairpins, wherever you are, it's a different driving style in electric. You don't need to carry as much momentum because you know, well, obviously you want to be fast, but if you get yourself in a moment, it's much easier to recover from it without losing too much time.
And it's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so much. I mean, it is so fast. Me and Timmy were joking about this earlier. You sit there on the start line and you wonder if it's turned on, and then you touch the pedal and it's just a massive shock.
And it just goes, yeah.
That's exactly what Andreas Bakkerud was saying. He missed the start in the first qualifier on Thursday morning because normally you sat there with the handbrake pulled and the ALS banging and there was just nothing going on. He was like, oh, now we need to go. Because, you know, there's none of the drama. It's just a completely new experience.
Yeah, he just didn't know what to do. It was hilarious because he was explaining just how simple the start was, but also he completely messed it up and basically, I think, you know, mugged himself and said, yeah, I'm a bit stupid. But he's done a great job since then, winning races in the dry and the wet. We're about to see an all-electric race in a moment. As I say, stick around, RX2E. Super Team Challenge, Andreas Eriksson has named it. We've got a WhatsApp group with a whole host of star names in it and some quite hilarious messages. One for the book. Carlson out front. Michalak hasn't joked. You're seeing Fucik in a battle with Choo Choo. Choo Choo's managed to get Fucik and Harper-Maki with that first corner joker. Carlson takes it. Michalak appears to have not jokered. Hal, is that a timing screen anomaly or?
The timing screen's indecisive in front of me. I'm not really sure.
Okay, that's fine. What was the time?
3:35.434.
So a good 10 seconds slower than the others, so it doesn't really matter, I'm afraid. Track conditions continue to change. Right, on to RX2E. Katie, have you got 5 minutes to stick around? Or?
Yeah.
Perfect, okay. It's an electric race, so we've got a driver with us with electric experience. Carlson with a 3:35.4. But we're going to get you prepped for electric coming up next. That was a great start look from Harper-Maki in the electric starred car, but then just maybe gave away a little bit too much on the run into the first corner. Hal needed to go a little bit deeper, be a little bit braver on the brakes.
Fucik was having quite a confused moment there, wasn't he? I really think he should have gone joker rather than follow 3 other cars through the second corner. Choo Choo saw it coming, had a bit of contact, then ducked out of it, went into the joker. And that's what Andreas Carlson did a lap later. There's a penalty, number 24. That's for Choo Choo for pushing, a 3-second penalty.
Okay, that's not ideal.
They both
I would suggest looking at the bumper on the front of Choo Choo's car there that him and Fucik have been into each other several times. And he got a little bit, yeah, says Hal Ridge. Laura Winter is with a legend of motorsport, a giant, both in terms of his height and his titles. She's with Marcus Gronholm. Let's hear his thoughts.
Thanks very much, Hal and Coley. Marcus was just asking Andreas around him how many laps.
Yes.
You're calculating the laps, aren't you, alongside
yeah, I have 5
Kevin?
fingers, but it's only 4 laps. No.
You'll be okay
I told him 5.
Yes, good. I like the team tactics. How are you finding this Super Team Challenge?
Yeah, okay, I drove already mine, so I was struggling a little bit with a new car for me, but okay, fine.
And you have a wealth of experience.
I should have, yes.
In the car. How much experience do you actually have, spotting like this with an electric car as well?
No, spotting I have not much. I've been once, I think, in America, in GRC, many years ago. Once I was spotting. But, yeah, electric cars, okay, not many laps, really. I did 3 laps yesterday practice and now the race, yeah.
And how did you find it? How different is it?
Interesting. But okay, you can adjust the car also, and I need to drive more but I'm not driving anymore, so it's fine, just show races.
And we were just talking with Andreas there, the cars look relatively similar. The liveries aren't too distinctive. What colour is your car? Do you know?
No, I think my car is now, Johan is using it. Kristoffersson is using my car. Or? Yeah.
We are using our car.
So Andreas has got the blue and red one with Anton Markland.
No, okay. Somebody told me that Johan will have my car because he's tall.
We'll try and find out for you. Yeah. Thanks very much, Marcus. Good luck.
Sorry,
Okay, well, that's nice and confusing for us as well. So basically what they've done is Johan Kristoffersson is in the yellow car, which was Gronholm's because he's tall, and that's about seat position, which we discussed the other day, actually, is can you squeeze blokes that are 6'4" into these cars? You can. But that means Kristoffersson is in the yellow car in the centre of the grid. You've got Kevin Eriksson and Oliver Eriksson in the other two. Brilliant start in the middle of the grid for Kristoffersson. Finds the traction away and moves across to cover off the inside line immediately. Nice move. Anyone going to go joker immediately? It's one of the Erikssons. I'm not sure myself, Hal.
Yeah, that's Kevin Eriksson that's gone joker, and that's done all of Marcus Gronholm's work for him, hasn't it? Because now he's taken the joker, Marcus doesn't need to worry about it.
I absolutely love the fact that Marcus wasn't sure on what colour it was. There you got Andreas Backward look spotting. I think that was it Markland in the background as well. Sideways on the way, a little bit of contact, gathers it up.
Is there a front right puncture for Johan? Maybe not. Maybe the tyre profile is just very low as he turned in, but he doesn't seem to have the momentum going down the straight.
You're right, Hal. I think you're right. That will certainly the car looked very low on the right-hand side, and he's losing time.
Andreas looks concerned.
Laura's laughing in the background. So it is quite fun to see these guys stepping outside their comfort zones. Is it off? It doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, in the background, it was a good move to joker on lap 1 from the looks of things. Kevin Eriksson Kevin will have spent a fair bit of time in these cars. You can see top left of the screen which drivers are in which team. I was impressed by Timmy Hansen on his run in this car. He looked really comfortable in it last time out. Oh, hang on, there's... So I wish I spoke better Swedish, but Marcus and Kevin there. Marcus, I'm looking like he's asking what's going on.
He was saying, keep it up, keep it up. That's what our Swedish producer's telling me in our ears. Yeah, good call, Kevin. Kevin is a spotter, though, so it's not really fair, is it? Kevin does a lot of spotting, especially for the yellow squad drivers. And, you know, when people drive the cross cars, there's another super experienced spotter in Sebastian Eriksson. He spends half his life doing that. Timmy Hansen also knows the score, so I think Marcus is a little bit of a disadvantage.
It's all a bit of fun, isn't it? It's nice. Andreas Eriksson keen for as many of these top drivers as possible to drive an electric rallycross car and get a feel for it. And they've all enjoyed it, I think, from the feedback I've had. They've all been... Oh! Touch of the barrier in the background. He's the rear right.
Front right puncture.
And rear right as well.
And rear right.
Double puncture. So double puncture, front and rear right.
And front right. It is a front right puncture for Jan Kristoffersson. So it's interesting because...
Well, that's not so interesting. That's not ideal at all, is it? So this is a race of the punctures at the back.
Johan was saying that the puncture he got in the semi-final that meant he could join us here in commentary for the final on Thursday, normally he knows where he's got the puncture, and he just doesn't understand. They've been around the track. They've looked at all of the circuits, see if there's any holes, and they just can't work out where. And it could well be the same now.
You have
so the time,
10 seconds to the next driver.
Andreas backwards, super chilled out. You've got a 10-second lead, and the two drivers behind are having a massive understeer, oversteer battle. Basically, I think that's about to get parked at the side of the road, surely. Although when you're not paying the bills, maybe you just carry on and get it to the end of the race. Katie, you did a brilliant drive with the puncture in Extreme E, but I think 2 is a bridge too far, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you know? I actually think I know where these punches are coming.
Go on.
Because just before the velodrome, there's a dip, and I hit it earlier, and I thought, what is that? And then I've been driving around it. There is a hole in the track, because it was really, really big through the cross car, and I thought it was going to give me, the kind of exchange as you go on to the literally just before the apex, so the right apex, and I hit it with my front right wheel. Didn't get a puncture, but I'm guessing that would be the only bump that I've felt, and it wasn't there a couple of days ago. I think it's been brought out in the rain.
Interesting. Thank you, Katie Munnings. Great bit of feedback for us from directly on the track. Win there for Kevin Eriksson, 3:34. So. A fair bit off the pace of the quickest supercar, which was the time to beat in the bottom corner.
Andreas backward knows the score, doesn't he? He and Kevin can speak to each other in some sort of Swedish-Norwegian lingo, can't they? But he's speaking English for the benefit of us, so thanks for that, Andreas.
Yeah, good lad. Well, punctures galore.
Now it looks like a rallycross car.
Yeah. Bumpers need rewrapping, probably replacing, definitely the tyres, maybe the rims.
Kevin Eriksson, we livid.
Oh, you will when I said, well, was it actually Andreas said to us, didn't he? We were laughing at Andreas because we were saying you've got 2 of your sons driving in this, and he said, well, that's fine. If they break it, they're going to have to fix it.
So, Andreas, Anton, brilliant win for you there. Consummate, comprehensive. The words of wisdom from you, Andreas. At one point I heard Pretty Woman.
Yeah.
Fly on the Wings of Love. Talk us through your strategy of singing to Kevin Eriksson.
I mean, it's so slippery out here, so you needed to start steady and then bring it up a little bit, but nothing more than needed. So we were satisfied there. He did the job he needed.
Yeah.
And but it was all about the team effort.
Yeah, the strategy was all. Yeah.
Sure, you were really helpful, I'm sure. Anton, for you, what was your job? Were you calculating the laps?
Yeah, we were doing the splits to the other cars, so we already had the gap for them. If they would joker, even though they did have before they had a puncture, we would overtake them. So, yeah, it was a good strategy to go joker lap 1.
The only thing I can say, if I did something bad, I switched from Swedish Norwegian to English all of a sudden, and then back to Swedish Norwegian, and then back onto English again. So
that's not confusing at all, is it? How
all.
did you enjoy your experience spotting, timekeeping?
It's always good. I mean, the good thing is that we all know each other very well for many years of racing together. So it's good to do something that is maybe not so serious, but at the same time, every time you're in the car, you don't want to lose. So we try our best to help each other out and take it with a smile, either we win or lose.
Yeah.
And you won, absolutely.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Thanks very much,
good.
guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I like the fact that Andreas Backer is confirming to us that there is a language out there which is Swedish Norwegian. Apparently that's a thing. I've definitely heard Swedish Finnish between Marcus Cronum and various people as well. And then he switched to English, which was handy for us.
It was, yeah. I mean, the Norwegians and Swedes claim to speak different languages, but they can all speak to each other, so I don't think that's a load of nonsense.
No, it's all pretty similar, isn't it, we think. So we're going to have a quick look at the standings for Supercar. Let's see where we are after Q2. Niklas Gronholm at the top of the table with a 40-point and a 50-point. I'm trying to see where he would have been. So that's a P4 and a win. And it's the same results for Fraser McConnell. They're equal on points. The reason Gronholm is ahead is it is the latest best score, which takes the position. Kristoffersson with 2 P3s is in third. Evjen, Sabo, Markland, German, Backerud, Hedstrom and Carlson, your top 10. Remember, the top 12 go through. Enzo Eid, look, he's just about in. He'll be desperate to get through. He needs to change luck, Enzo Eid does. So we've got Q3 and Q4 coming tomorrow along with semis and finals. Katie, what changes are we making overnight? Anything, or are we just going to go out with a big grin on our face and have another crack tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. Just enjoying it. It's so much fun every time I get out. I'm smiling. So, yeah, hopefully I might try and qualify for the semi-final, which was our kind of weekend goal. Big one, I know, because these guys, I was not expecting to come here and do anything. I just wanted to get some experience with starts, but maybe it's possible, so we'll give it a go.
Oh, we wish you the very best of luck with that. Hal, your thoughts on today? I mean, any surprises? I think it's about Fraser McConnell was brilliant in the wet, wasn't he? I think it's very tight in Supercar and in Crosscar too.
It is very tight in Supercar. I think there's always an expectation that Niklas Gronholm and Kristoffersson are going to run away with it, but they're absolutely not. The conditions have played to that a little bit. I think, the conditions are due to get drier tomorrow, so it'll be completely different, and that's great for us because it means that it's a whole new learning experience for everybody again.
Right, brilliant day of racing here from Holjes with Q1 and Q2. We will be back at 0800 local time. That's Central European time with Q3 tomorrow. And you stay with us, of course, for Q4 semis and finals. We've got a bunch more action to come from Holjes. We will see you then.
Smash the subscribe and like button. And don't forget to hit the bell so you don't miss out on any action.
Hit it down below.